28-0 to the Rabbits. And then, of all teams to score points against, instead of going 4 games straight without scoring, they score 18 against the Storm, but still concede 52.
That was pretty bad. That's what I mean. He was supposed to be coming across as, you know, an attacking master coach. Like, what are you doing? I'm so confused right now.
Because the thing was, they looked quite promising in that round 1 game against the Knights. Like, you thought maybe based on that game there would be improvements. I think what really hurt them in that game was the penalty count against them, because the 5-0 penalty count, and they made 13 errors to 7 in that game, round 1 in Newcastle. And then
that was horrible. Yeah. I was like, what the hell? These guys are kind of getting a bit robbed here. Like, I didn't really understand.
Then you go to round 2, which is played in almost monsoonal conditions all weekend. And yeah, that 28-0 loss to you guys at Bankwest.
Yeah. But still, like, for Trent Barrett should have been better with it. Like, you could see they weren't really, I don't know, the structures weren't there. It didn't look like, you couldn't see what they were working towards. Like, if a team has a plan that they're working towards, but it's not quite coming off, you can generally see what they're working towards. And you couldn't really see it with the Bulldogs at the time. Like, they pretty much either win or lose based on effort and energy. Not because they're playing.
That was when they got that win against the Sharks.
Yeah, they're not winning because they're doing something particularly well in, you know, with their structures or anything like that.
Like the Bulldogs in that game, they won against the Sharks in round 7. They led 18-0 after 22 minutes. They didn't score another point, but they just barely held the Sharks to 12 points after that in the second half.
Yeah.
And it was the effort that got them there. It was the effort, it was the energy, forcing Cronulla to make mistakes despite the weight of possession that they had against them. Like, I'm looking at it now, possession stats was 58% Cronulla, 42 the Dogs. But the Sharks' completions, 29 out of 44.
Yeah.
Like, they just kept forcing errors. It was the effort, it was the enthusiasm, it was the energy. And then who'd they play in round 8? The Eels. They then got smashed by the Eels.
Yeah, like, you could see it was, I don't know, they got a lot of work to do, I think.
Yeah, a whole lot will depend on how their off-season goes, if they find that hooker or if they just stick with Marshall King or whoever they put there.
Yeah, I think they'll be running with what they've got there. Okay.
Burton and Avarillo is looking like that'll be the halves combo.
I mean, they're both good players, but neither of them are going to be like massive organisers. So I'm not sure what the go is there, what their plan is, because you need an organising half. Burton works best running on that left side where he can just do his thing, quite like Luai, just that's a different style of play with his running game and that. And Avarillo, I think they're trying to turn into that, but who knows at this point whether he can or not, I guess.
Yeah, time will tell.
No, we'll see. Because I mean, you mentioned Pangai. He's inconsistent as it is. So how much of that's the Broncos, I don't know. But going to the Bulldogs isn't exactly an upgrade. I mean, the Broncos look like they're actually improving, and they're going to be something to sort of chat for a little bit next year.
Like they're showing a bit, which is pretty much why I tipped them this week, because they're showing a bit.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I think they'll be right. They just got to fix their halves up. they've got probably actually one of the better young forward packs in the game, like guys like Payne Haas and that.
Like they were that game against us. So after round 17, like after they had their bye, they've come out. They were really good against us in patches. They led at halftime, but ended up getting smoked. Then they had that really close loss to you guys for the second time this year.
Yeah, they played
And
so
they
well
beat
that game.
The Cowboys.
That first game against us they played was ridiculous. I was genuinely impressed with them. I thought you could just sort of see what they were doing. It's like the opposite of the Bulldogs. Like their defense was really good. They had good line speed. Their structures were really well done. They just were missing that little touch to get over a top 4 team. But if they played like that every week, they're a top 8 team. Easy.
Yeah.
They'd be close to the top 4. That was a ridiculous game. It reminded me of your game against South. Like it's like, oh my god, where did this come from? Do that and more.
Yeah, the thing with us was we had that heartbreaker of a loss.
I wonder how much that got in their heads, because I think as a group, that's probably the most I've seen them play as a team, working for that same goal.
That one in Tiger Town hurt.
Oh, I bet. Adam Reynolds was so good with that. You see him sort of consoling Dewey at the end. That was a really nice sort of moment.
Yeah.
All right. You can see how much he cares and everything. And he's another one. They've got to learn to balance his running and passing. Dewey's a really big guy who needs to learn, if he runs as hard as he can, he's going to like literally just go either over the top or through somebody. He's so huge.
Which is exactly what he tried to do with that disallowed scrum try. Like he literally, and then obviously we got penalised for.
Oh, you're right. Your audio went funny for a second there.
Did I?
Oh. Yeah, that was really weird.
Am I all good?
Yeah, you're good now. It's just I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, no, I see what you mean. Like that was crazy. Like he was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna go there, have fun stopping me, and he put his foot down and went, and he committed. And
I think that was a set play. Like I think that was a very deliberate set play. That would be my guess.
It looked like it. Definitely looked like it off the scrum. The fact that they called that back blows my mind. Like the guy had a full, like he wasn't obstructed. Like there was a call against us, I think the last week or the week before, where Kickout took a big dive, and like it was obviously he was taking a dive. I'm like, Kickout, what are you doing, bro? And you know, your head in your hands, sort of this embarrassing moment when a player in your team does it. But they called it. They gave the try anyway, and they said that the obstruction on Kickout didn't affect the play. So I was expecting, okay, maybe there was a bit of a grab there, but like the thing against us, it didn't affect the play. The player had a full go at Dewey. Like he wasn't impeded at all. Like the
thing with scrums, you're supposed to lock in.
Well, yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it.
How can you lock in without grabbing onto the other?
The ref tells them
the other players.
Back in the scrum, lock in. You know, like, but like. I'd get if he held onto him for an unreasonable amount of time, like when the scrum was allowed to break and he just kept holding him and Dewey went in and scored and he's like wrestling him over in the back or something. Like maybe, but that's why I use the example of when Kickout dove. Like I would have thought the call would have been, well, they were just locked into the scrum. It didn't affect the play. He still had a tackle on Dewey and a good tackle on Dewey at that. He just run over the top of. I thought it would straight up be a try, but consistency isn't something we're doing. So, what can you do? I guess
it's not something in the NRL vocabulary.
Like yeah, that'll be one of those calls we look back on and go, "Holy crap, how did that happen?"
Yeah, like it even baffled the commentators.
Yeah, like the ref was probably out there shaking his head, like, "What have you just done to me?" Like he gave them the try, and then the bunker's sort of taken it off him. Like
there was that other one they scored at the other end, which I think was the one immediately after, where it looked like there was a knock-on in the contest with the Sharks player and Nofaluma.
Yeah, I thought he knocked that on.
I thought he knocked it on too. I thought
it went from the Tigers player into the Sharks player, so I thought it would have been a double knock-on with a Sharks feed with a scrum.
Mm.
The way it sort of bounced around between them, but apparently no, they're like. And then he says in the video review, he says, "Oh yeah, the Sharks player takes clean possession." I'm like, what? What did you
Well,
just
not
say?
really, because it contacted the Sharks player,
And
and
then the
then
Tigers
it
player.
contacted Mbai, and
Yes.
Mbai knocked it into his lap. So he's knocked it on into Mbai, and he's supposedly taken clean possession. I'm like, the fuck? And that was that 12-point swing. That was the
Yeah.
Dewey disallowed try, and then that one that was allowed immediately after. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I can't help but laugh about it now because it's like one of those things where it's like a parody movie or something, you know, like what? There was I can't see how you don't call that a knock on. I don't understand.
I think it was the Kennedy try in the 53rd minute.
Yeah. But it's like our game, right? You look at our game against South. There was a very obvious obstruction, or I think more of a shepherd in this case, because he ran. Leota gets the ball, runs behind one of his players, passes the ball on the Matt Burton, or no, Brett Naden scored, I think. And it was pretty plain to see. I'm like, what? Like,
Yeah,
I
how
love
could you
getting
miss that?
I love getting the try because it's my team, but it's like, how do you miss something that's so obvious? Like, I'm the type who's more in favor of black and white rulings. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I like it because when you go into a game, before the kickoff even happens, you know what to expect. So if something happens on the field, before the ref makes a decision, you know what the decision should be. But we've got all this grey area and all this interpretation. Everyone wants common sense, you know, in quotation marks, like okay, everyone wants common sense decisions, so to speak. But this is what you get. You get officials making decisions based on, oh, well, my gut feeling says this, so I'm going to give that. Like, and because everyone's interpretation of the moment's different, you're going to get different refs making different decisions. You're going to have a bunker making different decisions to what the on-field ref would make. It's just, let's just
You've got
have
frauds like Perinara just fucking up everything.
What the fuck is... I can't even. Like, he got praised for the call with allowing the try versus us when Kika took a dive, but then he's got other, which you go, okay, cool, good call. You've got a good feel for the game, I guess. You can see Kika took a dive, and maybe you shouldn't reward the defender for being a fucking idiot. And then you've got other decisions where you're like, bro, what the hell? Did your brain fall out? Like, what are you doing?
Who did we have in the bunker last night? Or yesterday afternoon, I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't even remember. We can look it up now.
You look that up while I go get myself a drink.
Yeah.
Back in a sec.
West Tigers versus Sharks. It should say the officials team list. Oh. He'll be happy with that when he gets back.
Back.
Oh, okay, that was noisy.
Atkins.
Yeah, so you had Grant Atkins, by the look of it. I'm like, so maybe that explains a few things. I don't think he's particularly popular.
Well, no, he's not popular with Tigers fans after he reffed that Eels-Tigers game after we beat you guys. With the news that his father played for Parramatta, it's like, excuse you?
Well, you look at the guy from our game on Friday. Where's that draw gone? Let's find team list. Yeah, same guy. I thought it was the same guy, but I had to double check. So apparently, yeah, he's from Western Sydney, and the big thing after our game was apparently he was from like the Penrith area or something. I can't remember the exact.
So he has connections with both Penrith and Para.
Yeah.
And you look at the penalty count in that game for you guys. I think it was like 11-2. Is that how it finished?
Yes, I think that's where it was. I think that's actually spot on. Where are we? Go down to here. Errors.
Yeah, 11 to 2.
Which most of them were fair penalties. To be fair, I think a lot of people agree that a lot of it was fair. Like the face rubbing penalties and that they've been penalising them for a couple of years. South lost a lot of their discipline after if you remember the first little scuffle with Brent Naden and Josh Mansour, there was a little push and shove and a bit of carry on, whatever, who cares, happens. But after that, South seemed to lose their discipline. They had 2 face rubbing, so the facial penalties after that, and a lot of their structure sort of fell away, and it's like, that's really weird, and that's where a lot of the penalties started coming from. And you're like, what are you doing, South? You guys could be anyone if you just stay disciplined, but they just, I don't know, there's something mentally there where they get really frustrated or something, I'm not sure. Like you saw with the Josh Mansour under the high ball stuff, and like he was struggling. You've got your fullback, and I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I think your spine players should be taking responsibility for the team. They're the ones who got to direct it. The fullback's sort of the boss of the back three. He's sitting there watching Mansour struggle, and they're just getting frustrated at each other. You see them shaking their heads at each other and going off at each other a bit, and it's like, and they're a bit confused who's getting what. Like, Latrell Mitchell is a representative player. He's the fullback. He's experienced. He's won grand finals. He should be taking responsibility in that moment and saying, you know what, Mansour, get the hell out of my way. I'm going to do this. Because you're just letting the team down.
Yeah, that was not great.
But
it became a bit of a spiteful game. But you also look at some of the players they have in their team. Like you saw what Mitchell did in that first game against us. You see how grubby and sort of spiteful Cody Walker can be, and like if you get under their skin. You get under their skin and there's no coming back for them. I think that's pretty much the way to beat the Rabbits is like get under their skin, get them frustrated, get them to fuck up.
Yeah, they're high talent, high potential, very, very good
tempo
players who also are easy to set off and put on tilt. And that's their weakness. And that's what I remember, because I generally try and my wife's hanging around and doing her stuff. I guess everyone's home now with lockdowns and she pays a bit of attention here and there, and I remember saying to her at the time, I said, if they think it's bad against us, wait till you play the Storm with guys like Cameron Murray and that. And bloody the biggest, best shit talker in the entire game, you've got Brandon Smith. Like, you imagine him riling up guys like Walker and that. Like, yeah, these guys are great footballers, but they'll get under their skin. Like, say if they make it to the grand final against the Storm, they don't win that.
No, they don't.
Not with their discipline issues.
Their only chance to win a grand final, Souths, would be if it's against you boys, I think.
Yeah, they'd have to play.
The Storm would have to be knocked out.
Yeah, I think that's because you need a high discipline team to beat the Storm. I'm trying to think. Is that rules out the Eels? Roosters would be up there if they weren't so decimated. And that's basically us. I think we're the only ones left who can actually beat the Storm. Like,
Manly.
And it sounds a bit. Actually, yeah, Manly. I kind of forgot about them because obviously this week they didn't play Tom and their game was a bit underwhelming. But although I feel kind of high IQ tipping them this week, and then they have that late minute sort of win, so I feel pretty good about that. Actually, I was like, oh, I'm having a shit week this week. First game, and like I thought they were gone, but yeah, that was good. I like that. But yeah, no. So Manly and us, I think, are the teams that can take the Storm.
Yeah, Roosters are without Keary and some of the other experience they've lost. I don't see them beating the Storm in a grand final.
No,
but
they would be my number one
if
pick.
They still had Keary,
yeah,
they're probably top 4, like by a long shot.
Without all
Manly 5th and Paris 6th.
Yeah, easily. Without all the injuries this year, I put them as my top pick. They're so well coached and so well drilled, and it's just, I think, you'd be seeing another Storm Roosters grand final probably if it wasn't for the injuries. Like they'd, like you saw last year in the finals, they really pushed us, and it was just that last minute sort of luck that got us over the line. Like, but I thought
that was in the qualifying final, wasn't it?
Yeah, we played them week 1.
Yeah, 1v4.
And I really felt lucky coming out of that game. I thought, geez, if we don't pick that up from there, we're gonna get knocked out. And then they played really well against South. I thought the South game was a lot better because we played them. We had a week off, then we played South, and then into the grand final. But yeah, it's
easy way.
Yeah, it just comes down to how well coached they are. I think it's just the rest of the comp got lucky, but no, South definitely they need another team that they can sort of go over the top of because they don't have the discipline, which is kind of a shame because they are such good footballers. It's like if Bennett can rein them in, pretty much beat anyone.
Most likely get knocked out in the prelim again.
I'd say so.
That's pretty much what I see happening.
Yeah, and it comes back to that. Like, it just, they get rattled too easy and they don't have as good a forward pack, I think, as some of the other top teams.
Because they'll probably lose to you guys. Then they'll beat the winner of 6v7, which is probably going to be the Eels or the Knights.
I reckon they win that. I think they're too good for both those teams. I think
they lose to the winner of Storm versus Eagles or Roosters.
Yeah. Yeah, I think anyone outside the top 4, they'll go with the top of quite easily. It's just they don't have that 1% they need for that top 4. Like, it was a big deal made of their I think, what was it? Was it 10 in a row they won or something?
Yeah, 10 before they lost to you guys.
Where if we pull up the draw,
it was a loss to you guys in that game in Dubbo, and then they went on 10 straight before losing to you guys again.
Yeah. Yeah, so 56-12 in May, and it was Eels, Knights, Broncos, Tigers, but you guys even put 22 on them. Like, it wasn't like you guys they didn't thump you guys. They didn't make it look easy.
They made it look easy at first.
Yeah, but like
then they slacked off.
But like, you put 22 points on them. That's a top 4 team shouldn't concede that against where you are currently at, like, what, you're in like 14th or something. 13th now. Like, they're top 4 going for trying to win a premiership. They shouldn't have 22 points put on them by a team who were probably at their lowest.
I think we were around 13th going into that game anyway.
Yeah, it's
what
like...
round was it? 16.
That's, 16.
After round 15, we were 14th after round 15, after that loss to the Storm.
So, I mean, like, that's not a good look. Even in the Volandis era, they should have... That actually makes it worse. They should have kept you guys out of it just with being able to control momentum. And then, and then the Cowboys, Bulldogs, Warriors, Dragons, Eels, Titans, and then lost to us. They didn't play anyone from the top 4. I mean,
you look in that winning streak, they scored 30 points in 9 of those 10 games. At least 30 points in 9 of those 10 games. The only one where they didn't was the Knights.
Yep. And then against us, they put 12 with the first 30 minutes of the game having overwhelming momentum, field position and possession, and they only put 12 on. Like,
it's a really big one for the Rabbits next weekend. Like, Roosters can almost give themselves top 4 if they win that.
It's just whether they have the roster for it.
It opens up if the Roosters lose that, then that opens up the top 4 for Manly, who have a much softer run home than the Roosters do. Because the Roosters have, the Dragons today, then the Rabbits, and then they finish with Canberra.
Yeah, they should win that Dragons game. And curious to see what happens with the Raiders.
Manly have the Dogs and the Cowboys. You think they're specials to win both of those?
Yeah, if they don't win those, I would tip them to win both those games by 20 plus.
Yeah.
And no offense to the Bulldogs, I don't want to sound mean, but I think that's a 40 plus game. If Tom comes back, they will go into straight through those games. Both those teams don't have it this year, I should say. Cowboys look like they've got a few individually good players, but they don't look like their structures are working well together like a combined unit. And the Dogs, obviously, everyone knows their issues. They just need a roster. So that's definitely 4 points.
It's the big one for the Roosters next week. Win, they can almost guarantee themselves top 4. Assuming they win today.
Yeah, because they're both on 30 points, and their points differential is in favour of Manly. They're at 206, and they're at 141.
Obviously, the Roosters have that game in hand today.
Yeah, so that's the game that's kind of going to set them apart. Because if they lose that, they'll probably miss top 4 on 4 and against.
But you've also got the Raiders who, although they're in 10th at the moment, their run home is the Warriors and then the Roosters. They fancy themselves.
Well, that's going to be the interesting one because they just got Chance back. So I'm curious to see what that does to their roster because Raiders fans say quite often that he's the one organising their defense. So if they all of a sudden have a good, couple of weeks, they're going to want to take that 8th spot.
The Titans right now, the Titans have so those teams that are on 20 points, the Sharks, the Titans, and the Raiders. The Sharks have the Broncos and the Storm.
Oof.
The Titans have the Knights and the Warriors. The Raiders have the Warriors and the Roosters.
I'd back.
The Knights are probably going to finish 7th because they've got the Titans and then the Broncos. You'd expect they'd at least beat the Broncos again.
They should. I say should beat the Broncos, and that'll give them at least 26 points. They'll play finals.
Yeah.
And the Titans sound like they've got. Yeah, Titans sound like they have a nicer draw for those last couple of weeks.
The Knights and the Warriors. But that's the thing with the Warriors. Like the Warriors have both of those two teams in 9th and 10th. They need to take, if they want to play finals, they need to take the 2 points off both of them.
Yeah, that still only puts them at, 22?
Plus they've got the Broncos today. So they can still finish on 24 as well, because they've got that game in hand today as well against the Dogs.
Whether they win that Broncos, or not. Problem with the Warriors is they're so up and down, which is why they are where they are. And the Broncos, again, they seem to turn up every couple of weeks because you can see that upward trajectory and they'll turn it on for a week. So if that happens and they lose, it's going to be interesting. I'm actually going to be very curious about that game now with the Warriors because that'll determine a bit.
Like the Broncos can climb back up to 14th with a win today because their for and against is already better than the Cowboys. And they're only 2 points behind. So if the Broncos win, they're back up to 14th.
So I mean, it's the Cavolution has begun. Might have a look at this press conference. English is quite difficult some days. From Madge. Oh man, that still shot says it all right there. You see that face.
You can see the pain in his face. Yeah.
Like that's a guy who's like, I wanted to win and it didn't happen. Like
you saw those images of him down on the sidelines.
Like that face there says to me, pity the off season. Those players are gonna brew the off season, I think.
They're gonna get monstered.
And so they should. Like it happened with us 2019 to 2020 where we basically the 2019 season went to crap. We missed finals That's why a lot of people now, when you talk as a Panthers fan, they're like, oh, you're a top team. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, we missed the finals in 2019. We got beat by the Bulldogs in the last like month of football, for fuck's sake. Like, we know what it's like to have shit moments. And what happened was Ivan and the other club went, we might have been a bit soft in our preseason, and they took them away and they did this like army camp style thing, and they showed videos of the preseason and that. And a lot of it was based around pushing them physically, mentally, and they had to do everything as a team. So a lot of the activities, it wasn't just, go for a run, get fit. A lot of it was cardio stuff that you had to do together, and look at where they went. Like they built a team trust and a team chemistry, as well as got very fit and very, before the Six again came in, they recognized they needed that level of fitness and strength and everything to actually be able to compete. And look at what happened. We've gone 2 years and we've lost maybe like 4 or 5 games in 2 years. Like,
you lost 1 last year and you've lost 2 or 3 this year?
Yeah.
3.
So
3 losses this year, 1 loss last year, plus the grand final, and then you had that draw against the Knights.
So I mean, like, anyone would kill for that kind of record. Grand final.
Yeah, fucking oath, I would.
Like, that's why it's always funny.
I'd murder someone for that record.
It's funny when like other teams' fans give a shit and they're like, "Oh, you lost the grand final." I'm like, when was the last time you even played finals? Like,
that hit home. That hit home a little hard, man.
but not even you guys, like Bulldogs fans, for example, because they're all worked up at us over the Burton stuff, and I completely get it. Like, if I was on their end of it, I would have been saying the same things they were saying. So I'm not throwing hate at them or anything. But, like, they give us a lot of shit about, we've won more grand finals than you. I'm like, when was the last time you played a grand final again? What, 2014?
Yeah, 14.
Like,
the last time they made finals, I think, was 16.
You tell me you wouldn't kill for, like, an NRL record unbeaten run and go down in a grand final to probably the best team of the decade? I'm pretty happy with that, honestly. Like, as far as banter goes, we're nigh untouchable as a fan base. Of course, that could all come.
Last time they played finals, 2016.
Yeah. I think they played finals the last time they even made the grand final, when they played South, and then they've had a bit of finals after that. But it's just an interesting one. But it goes back to that they put an emphasis on working together as a team and their strength and fitness. And I remember Craig Gower sat with them at the start of a preseason in the end of 2019 when I was starting the preseason for 2020. And he sat there and he said to him straight up, if you want to be at the grand final at the end of 2020, it starts like right now, today. You can't go out, game 1, 2020, and expect to start working towards your goal. It starts right here, right now. You've got to go out there, do your preseason, and that's how you make the grand final.
Mm-hmm.
And look what happened.
Beginning of the season.
Yeah, and anyone can do it. It's just, I guess, implementing that preseason, because you can definitely see the Tigers' strength and conditioning isn't that great. I don't know what it is. Like, in comparison to, obviously, if you look at, say, if you compare them to me, well, yeah, great. They're fantastically fit elite. But you compare them to other NRL teams, and all of a sudden they look like their training consists of, pub sessions once a week. Like,
you're the Broncos and you go to Parramatta and you get drunk and play pokies and then lose to Parramatta 58-0 in an elimination final.
Exactly. Like,
that's an option too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but the Tigers, they seem to get gassed a lot. That's what I said it for like 3 weeks, and then Madge finally changed it. I'm like, how did it take me as a fan? Yes, I've watched for like 20, 30 years, so I've seen, and I watch every game every week, so I see a lot of football. But how does me, as on the sideline, recognize there's a problem and it takes Madge 3 weeks to fix it, and then you win because the problem's fixed?
Only it was that easy.
Like, Little was getting gassed at about 60, 65 minutes. like to the point of was really affecting the quality of his game. And then Madge is like, you know what, maybe I should interchange this guy and not try and make him an 80-minute hooker. As soon as he had him and Simpkin, and granted this week he didn't have the option because fucking crusher tackles apparently, but that needs to be their structure going forward. Has to be.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like they looked so good when they did that. Simpkin came on and absolutely freaking it looked amazing. It looked great because he was fresh and he likes to run the ball and he's zippy and he's got really good service. Like he looks like a genuinely good 9. I'm like, how did it take Madge like 2 weeks to do it?
And the fans have been talking about it most of the season.
Yeah, like I can't imagine what it's like for a Tigers fan to be like, hey, there's this obvious solution. And Madge's like, no, it'll be fine. Like, no. Seriously,
we got this.
It's really, really obvious thing going on here. You should check it out. Round 22. Hey, maybe I should try that. Like,
yeah, it took a bit longer than it really should have.
Yeah, like these are things that you could have done for a season. Even if you say, maybe we'll miss finals, but we're gonna try these things for a season, build some combinations, get it going. Like, and it's not like Simpkin was some guy who was just flying under the radar. Like, I was hearing about him at the start of the year from Tigers fans about how highly rated he was. Like, he should have been playing 10 minutes off the bench all year, at least as much as possible. Injury and suspension aside, obviously.
And you look at how the bloody Storm are making it work with 2 hookers.
Yep.
Like, they can run either Grant or Smith on the bench, and they can still have, like, Hines or Pappenhausen on the bench too.
Yep. We do it too. We run Tyrone May and Mitch Kenny off the bench. And guess where they go 90% of the time? They either go into hooker, so it gives them the flexibility where Ivan can sit on the sideline and go, right, Appy's getting a bit fatigued. They can switch them into hooker, and then Appy comes off. If Appy's doing okay, they go to lock, Isaiah moves to prop, and you just roll on. Like, the fact it took Madge so long to do it, and granted he had Mbai, but that's not really a solution. I don't know.
The sooner the season ends and Mbai fucks off to Brisbane, the better.
Yeah, if I was Madge, I'd just be calling him up and being like, hey,
not Brisbane, St. George.
I'll do you a favor, St. George, because we're such good friends. I'll give you a free Mbai right now. I know.
We'll even chip in like 40% of his salary for you.
Yeah. We'll pay the postage. We'll get Star Trek to pick him up right now. Express post and everything, like.
But yeah, there is some hope with the money that we're getting, or we're gonna have next season. But the question is, who is there to spend it on? Like, so Packers on, I think 750, so that's gonna be gone.
That's a lot.
I think like 500 or 450 or something of M-buys is going to be gone.
I think it's about $1 million, 1.2 or something of salary cap. If the numbers.
Joey Leilua as well. I think he's on like 550. I don't see him getting his.
Is he there next year?
He's got a club option in the contract, so the club can choose.
Is that for next year?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a hub. I personally wouldn't do it. But you got also, I don't know.
We've also got the club option for James Roberts, but he's a lot cheaper. I think he's only going to be on like 200 and something next year if we activate the club option.
I'd keep him for that. It's not much. And it gives you a bit of depth for someone who can play. Just wouldn't play him at centre. I'd only play him on the wing. He reminds me a bit like Brent Naden, just with different qualities where I think they actually play better on the wing.
Yeah, like even just in those 3 players alone, there's over 1.5, close to 2 mil.
That's
in
huge.
The cap for next year.
That's pretty huge.
There's still some players left uncontracted, and I don't know out of which of them they're going to keep. I've got the list on Zero Tackle here. So we've got Tom Amoni, Michael Cheekham, Zach Sini, Tom McKaylee, Russell Packer, and Billy Walters. Obviously, Walters is out the door. I don't know what he's on, but I don't think it's too much. Packer's out the door. There's no way he's staying.
No chance. I think the other one you keep there.
Bossy said during commentary in the Cowboys game last week that McKaylee had signed a 1-year extension.
Yeah, I remember that because he freaking kept dropping the ball and I'm like, what are you doing?
I'd keep Sini, definitely.
Yeah, like guys like Sini, Roberts, these are the guys you'll keep for your depth because they can't be on much.
Cheekham, maybe. I don't think Cheekham's on too much, but
man, I'm no word of a lie. I thought he's actually done really well going to centre. It's like, what? Where did that come from? I didn't know you were that good. I thought you were rubbish before, and now he's playing the centre. He's actually doing a really good job out there. So,
well, that's kind of the thing. He's been that utility player that can play both second row and centre, but he hasn't really done too much at either, and his defence, at times has been kind of crap. It's literally like his highlight reel are those 2 solo tries he scored the last few seasons, like that one at Suncorp against the Broncos that won us the game, where you saw images of Madge jumping out of the coach's box. And then
I'd pull it up, but we'd get done for damn copyright.
And then there was that one later the same year where he dummied and went against the Rabbits as well, and he left the Rabbits in his wake and scored almost a solo try off a Brooksy pass that won us the game, that had me jumping out of my seat at Bankwest.
There's a footballer in there. They just gotta make him consistent. Like, especially that one against the Broncos, that was insane. I remember watching that game.
He had fucking 5 of them surrounding him, and he found his way through all of them.
He's like,
and then
score.
Darius Boyd slips over his own feet.
Oh, God. The most tragic tale in the NRL that I can think of. Like, here's a guy who was so good. He was a really good footballer, and then he just played 2 years too many. Those last 2 years they completely killed his reputation. I don't know. He should have retired sooner, I think.
There was that meme going around where like they played moments of NRL games with the Titanic music in the background, and I think that Cheekham try was one of the ones they did.
No.
Like the Origin 3 Tedesco try. The Tedesco try after.
Yeah, I remember that one. I think the New South Wales Rugby League did that.
Ferguson went down the sidelines. Yeah. But I think that they did that, with the Cheekham try against the Broncos, the Titanic music playing in the background with that try in slow-mo.
It was hell of a moment.
Fucking glorious.
It's a shame we can't pull up all that sort of stuff because like copyright on YouTube will kill you. Frustrating.
Yeah, like you got that copyright fucking warning in email.
Yeah, like I still have videos from like 12 months ago, copyright striked or blocked, and it'll be for like 8 seconds of footage or 6 seconds of footage. I'm like, okay.
What was that one you got copyrighted for earlier this year, or was it late last year? That it was literally like a ruling in a game that you were questioning in a video, and they pulled you up on it.
Yeah, I think there was one I got really snarky at because like it's literally we're just questioning, what's the rule around this, and I think it was Gutherson when he slid in with his knees into a tackle, defending his try line. I think because there's a couple that I did, and it's like I think we had like 8 seconds of footage or whatever, and just like, hey, we're just clarifying rules among the NRL community, and they're like, block, copyright.
Yeah. And
I'm like
they've got nothing better to do.
It's like
then block out discussion on.
It's like all context is removed. So it's like if you want to know how that game went, you can't go and watch my clip, and it's not detracting from the NRL in any way. Like if you want to know what happened in that game, score anything, you have to go and actually look at the official source. You can't come and look at mine and go, haha, suck it NRL, I didn't watch your thing. Like, you can't avoid, if you want to know the context of that game, you've got to go and watch the game. Through the NRL and their broadcast partners still. Like, that's why I was like, that's why I fought them on it. I'm like, no, it gets to half. I haven't I haven't done anything to take away from you here. It's just a discussion starter. But
Apparently, that's too much.
Oh, but they're absolutely horrible for it. They're one of the worst things. Like if I did the same stuff with TV and movie discussion, I'd be fine. I do it all day, every day, and I wouldn't get copyrighted for it. But for some reason, them and their live sport is absolutely like ridiculously bad. That's why even with this, it's you're gonna have to do a lot of pausing and a lot of gotta be careful. I don't know. Yeah, like you can go look up like video essays on YouTube, like, and people use footage and stuff, and it's fine. It's all good. But sport are like really extra like hardcore about it.
I don't know if I've seen like the AFL or cricket do it, but
not sure. I haven't.
Yeah, definitely the NRL, like sticklers for it.
They need a person to actually sit down and look at it and go, yeah, this is a bit much. You can't do that. You're taking away a bit from our brand here or whatever. Or to sit there and go, you know what, this is a 30-second, not even, there's like 8 seconds of footage with a bit of discussion. It's not really hurting too much, Like they need an actual person to look at it and go, you know what, that's fair enough. But they sent me an email and they're like, nah, you can't do nothing at all, like any amount of footage at all whatsoever under any circumstances. And I'm like, no, I can. There's this thing called fair use, and that's fine. I'll be more careful in the future, but yeah, fair use is a thing. Or in Australia, it's called fair dealing. Fun fact. It's actually a bit different in America. We don't have fair use in Australia.
You also, like, you see people's ladder predictions videos that they post on YouTube, and some of them post them with like a clip of a team scoring a try, or pulling off an amazing tackle when they have that particular team's ladder position displayed, and you don't see that get taken down.
No,
like I could point out like 15 plus ladder prediction videos that were put on YouTube this year that literally had footage of, like, say, 16th Bulldogs, and then they'd have a clip of the Bulldogs, a Bulldogs highlight from last year. There was one I remember where the highlight for the Tigers was that crazy ass try we scored against the Titans at Suncorp last year. And like that shit doesn't get pulled down.
Exactly. It's like, what? Okay. I guess.
Your 8 seconds of a tackle got pulled down.
Yep, one tackle. Let's see how I can.
Like how we've been on call for over an hour, we haven't even started streaming yet.
Oh, we are live. Just put it out there. We've just been chit-chatting away. Just trying to see if I can. What options I got with that image? So I remember you kind of. So I got put that over it just so careful of copyrighting that, but.
Live, I didn't even notice. I had no idea we'd gone live.
Surprise.
There you go.
There it is. Put that at 60. How's that?
Mute.
Properties.
Now I'm tuning in and muted, so I can see the stream, but not hear myself echoed. There we go.
Yeah. All right, let's see how that goes. I put a thing over it. You can probably see it on the stream. I can't see the stream right now, but
Yep, I can see the chat. Hi, NSL, Justin, Ash. There we go.
Oh, hey, we got people in the chat. How's everybody doing? G'day, chat. So, yeah, we're going to have a look at Madge's press conference. Poor bloke.
He looks as miserable as I felt after that game.
Yeah, I can see the chat now. So, g'day, guys. Yeah, I was just having to mess around with some of the visuals so we don't get done for copyright. So, we'll have a look at this Madge press conference because, yes, I think he looks how all the Tigers fans feel right now. Definitely, like I feel that face, just that screen. Oh, I feel so bad for him. I just want to give him a hug. Like, it's okay, Madge. It's okay.
That face was my face with my head on my pillow after that game. I didn't even watch the other two games. I just head on my pillow. Nah, I'm done for the night.
Well, it's funny, that game made me so angry, and I was a neutral. I got so annoyed at it and so disappointed with how the Tigers played. I pulled up the computer with my two screens, put a game on one screen, and just had the other games, KO playing on the second screen, and just sort of watching out the corner of my eye every now and again. Because I even said to my wife, I'm just not in the mood for football now. That game pissed me off so much. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I didn't bother watching. That was me done for the day.
Yeah, I don't blame you. All right, I'll hit play when you're ready. Just let us know. Hopefully you can hear it with the Discord or something.
Yep, I can hear.
All right, awesome. Hopefully we don't have too much echoing going on.
Was the conditions different to what you're expecting out there today?
No, not at all. Not at all. We knew exactly what we were coming to, and we didn't get the job done.
I don't get that question. Is he talking about the field? Like, oh, you're coming to play on a country rugby league field? Like, journos are a bit weird. What's a bit quiet, Ash? Is it the audio from the from Madge? Like, both teams had to play on the same field. Like, it's the journos already trying to make excuses. All right, I'll turn that up. Let's see how we go. Is Aaron still there?
I'm here.
All right, cool. It's really quiet. Hard to tell what's working and not. And my internet cable's running from the house out to the garage where I'm sort of creating my own little sound studio because the kids get too noisy. But no, I don't know. That's really I find that question really weird. Like, if I was a journo there, I wouldn't be asking like, "Oh, was the ground how you expected?" Like, the Sharks had the same ground. That's so weird.
Really disappointing, to be honest. We scored an easy try at the start. Well, I shouldn't say easy. We scored a try at the start, and our mentality around that, following that, we try and offload. We get lucky, and then we have another offload, and we get an error. It tells you a little bit about sort of just where we're at mentality-wise, and.
He said it. He said the thing. That's what I said before. Like, mentally, they're not there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not going to come easy. Okay, that's why I had that big rant about pre-seasons and working hard and all that. Like, you can't show up and just expect, well, hey, it's going to happen. Like, they worked really well for that first try. They ended up under a little bit of pressure here and there from the Sharks. Defended all right, went down, scored. And then they're like, oh, this is going to be easy. It'll just happen for us. It's like, no, do what you did for the first try. Defend hard.
For the rest of the 80 minutes, please.
Yeah, like, you're like, what, 5 minutes in, 10 minutes in? Do that for another 50 minutes, 60 minutes. Like, come on, guys. It's not over yet. The Sharks will keep playing, believe it or not.
Like, those early signs in those first few sets where we had to defend our butts off, and with G-Cam scoring that try, those early signs were all super, super promising. It went out the window.
It's you see him on the doco, on the Tiger Town doco, where he's talking about that effort and doing it. And there was one line. What did he say when he was talking about he gets so angry because he knows what they can do but they're not doing it, and that kind of effort and that's what he's saying there. Like, it's the perfect example. Like, they can do these things. They have a football team in them, and it's like, for some reason it's not happening. And Paul Madge is sitting here like, guys, this is not what I trained you to do. Where the fuck is our structure? Like, this is why Madge breaks records for F-bombs on TV, because like, they're like naughty kids. Like, you're like, okay, this is what we do, and then instead of doing that, they just trash the house. and he's sitting there like, guys, what?
We had the game plan. What happened to the game plan?
Oh, it's like that. I think it's from a show. There's like a meme, and a dude walks into a room. He's like carrying food or something, and like, it's chaos and there's fire and fucking everything going off. And he's like, shocked look on his face. I'll see if I can find it. But like, that's what Madge reminds me of. Where he's like, they've trained all week. He walks away for 5 seconds, comes back, and like they burnt the place down. He's like, what the fuck?
Did they think it was going to be easy, hard? I'm not quite sure, but it was obviously not the performance we definitely came here to put on, that's for sure.
It was one that there's a lot of talk about, winning this match to progress through to the finals. Was there too much pressure on the build-up, do you think?
No, not at all. Well, that's what you've got to handle when you play at this level. We've got a number of players there that, at times throughout the game just ebbed and flowed. And
that's why I don't think Madge should get sacked. He's giving them the tools to achieve what they want. And that's the journalist asking, were they under too much pressure? They're professional players. They're getting paid a lot of money to do this. All they had to do was do 80 minutes of performing to a level that they trained for all week.
Instead of 10.
Yeah, they came out and they did it for 10 minutes. That's why, like, I know a lot of people say the culture starts at the top and that, but I think that's on the players. Where's the personal accountability? Like, I've got that at work right now. Things aren't, where I've had some bad times lately at work and I've got to sort my shit out. That's what, like, I can't point to my bosses and go, you know what, you screwed that up. Like, it's your fault. Culture comes from the top. The CEO of Coles, it's all their fault. Like, the players have to run out there and and show some pride in their performance and actually achieve something. Like, the structure is there. The way Madge wants them to play will work. He is a premiership winning coach, and they have shown when they play to the game plan, as we've seen, and as Madge has pointed out multiple times, it works really well. You took South to the brink, top 14. Last year, best game of the year Tigers played was the first game they played against us. They nearly won that game, and they really pushed us, and we were in our unbeaten run at that point. We'd gone past our loss against the Eels and had gone into our unbeaten run, and we were the best defensive team in the comp, and you guys still... after that, compared it to a State of Origin. It's still one of my favourite games.
Very little brain fade that cost us there.
Yep. Like, you were so in that game that it came down to a little stupid shit at the end. Like,
you got that field goal after he was gone, and then you got that late try after he was gone as well, and that was the game.
Yeah, it's like whatever structures he's implementing can do the job. It will get you to finals. But they're not mentally picking themselves up and going, you know what? For the next 80 minutes, I'm going to do the job I was asked to do. And that's what separates the good teams from the bad. You look at the Storm, everyone, the biggest thing you ever hear from anyone talking about Craig Bellamy is that he gives his players a job. They go out there and they do that job for the 80 minutes. It's this silly little simple thing, but really that's what it comes down to. Like, how hard is that? Madge is giving you a job. Why can't you do it? He started talking about, like, then when he mentioned offloads and errors and stuff, because he's trying to get too creative with it. I think even the commentary mentioned it. I can't remember which one it was, but one of them said they kept having these late offloads that didn't really have much of an impact through the game. And Madge is mentioning
that was Flanagan.
Yeah,
that was Flanagan.
And it makes sense. A coach is going to notice these things. And then Madge, it's not a coincidence. Madge is now mentioning it in the press conference. It's like
I even pointed it out to you during the game. I thought we were trying to be too expansive.
Yeah,
like every attempted tackle from the Sharks was a chance to get an offload away, and they tried to get off as many as they could.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pull it up on my phone now, see if I can find.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. It's like, where's the structure that you prepared for? You came here with a game plan. I guarantee you offloading every couple of tackles wasn't what Madge implemented in his game plan throughout the week.
Yeah, Justin, I've been watching Tiger Town. It's been kind of difficult reliving a lot of the games, a lot of the losses, but it has actually been really good viewing. And I did like the emphasis in episode 3 that you'll see they put on.
On the Panthers game, screw that game.
That was reliving. That was good fun. Oh. Reliving most of the rest of it, not so much. Because there was that Eels game we had to relive. There was that Rabbits game we had to relive.
It was interesting to see it from that inside, though. You know, like just the feeling and the way it looked like that would be sort of. I think Madge was sort of. And some of the playing group like Dewey and that they seemed to have really thought it was a turning point in the season, where especially how they won that game. Like, yes, it sucked they beat us, but I liked how they won the game. They had good line speed and defense. They played with nice structure. They didn't try like the Sharks game where they're offloading every single freaking ball. Like, it wasn't like that. It was a very much a team gritty football performance that they put in. And you can look back on that game and I imagine Tigers fans will look back on that and go, fuck, that was a good game. Like, again, where is it? It comes back to that same question, is what happened to that football?
And they defended their mistakes. Like, that was the other big part of that game, defending their mistakes.
Their defense was
something we haven't done all season.
Very few teams have defended us this year like the Tigers defended us in that game. South did it this week, and that was a brilliant game. I went back and watched that game last night, and it was that's such a good game. Just watching South and Penrith defend each other like that was intense. And one of the other two teams I can think did it to us was Broncos in that first game we played them against, and you guys in that game. And it's like, where was that defense? You guys were so good defending, getting up off your line, and the line speed, the movement. Everyone trusted each other. They seemed to be communicating. It's like, why? Where did that go? What are you doing?
Yeah, why did it only hang around for 1 week and then bugger off again?
Like, I totally understand what Tigers fans feeling toward Ivan, but the team can't be an NRL quality team and live off hatred of one ex-coach from year to year. Like, that's good for a rivalry. I love it. I think it's great because it actually has this nice sort of thing for it. Like, we're going into next week. It's going to be, social media is going to go right off. From a fan's perspective, it's brilliant. I guarantee you the TV bloody records are going to be off the chart. Like, from a football perspective, you can't live off that all year. Like,
because you only play that team once or twice during the regular season.
You might play us twice in a season. That's 4 points. If you get up, play your best football twice a season, that's 4 points out of the probably 24 to 26 points you need to make the 8.
Yeah. And then you get 2 from a bye, so you've still got 20 more points you need to get at least.
You've got
another 10 games.
Another 10 games you've got to turn up and play that football for. Oh, what's this Ash talking about? Luke Thompson. Luke Thompson's not going anywhere. That is media nonsense.
Yeah, he's under contract until the end of next year, I think. So I don't see him being signed by anyone else until at least then. For if I'd want him at the club, I'm not too sure. He's sort of in the Jack Hetherington mold, where I feel like he's more risk versus reward.
Oh,
we've seen what Hetherington's done.
His reward is really good. He's such a high ceiling. Like, if he had the discipline, he'd be in the top 10 front rowers in the game. The problem is you're going to be spending salary cap for a guy who's suspended it every 4 or 5 games.
He missed the first, I think it was 5 or 6 weeks of this season because of that eye gouge on James Tarmo in the last round last year.
Yeah, and then
so already his output for the season is severely decreased because he's not there.
Yeah, at the very least, he's going to rip himself off money where a team will come along and be like, well, you're worth, let's say, 600,000 because you're a really good prop, but you're going to miss quarter of the season through suspension. So we're going to knock off 200,000, say, of our asking price to account for the games missed, because we now need to put money into our depth to cover those games. You
look at the money Josh Reynolds made at the Tigers compared to the amount of game time he got for the club.
Jesus Christ. I mean, how many games did he end up playing for you guys? Half a season at best. Like, he barely played anything through injuries and everything. And
let me look that up. Josh,
because I don't think he's barely played any game time for you guys.
He played, according to Wikipedia, 22 in 3 seasons. 22 games in 3 seasons.
He didn't have a full season of games over 3 seasons.
No.
So if you look at a full season being 25 regular season games, he didn't even make that.
No.
3 seasons.
He did not. 22 games for 3 tries.
That's bad. To be fair, though, you can see where Ivan was going. He was implementing the same strategy that Penrith did at the start of their rebuild, which was get these guys who were decent footballers, but were a little bit probably unwanted at their clubs or whatever. And obviously, being the Tigers, have had to overpay a few guys. I think you're going to have that for a little while until Madge gets things going. It's going to have to happen. We had the same thing. Yeah, it is what it is. We're still paying for Campbell Gillard and Blake to play for the Eels, and we're paying for Hetherington to play the Dogs.
So he was at Canterbury from 2011 to 2017. Yeah. That's 7 years. 138 games in that 7 years.
Yeah.
So that's what, 138 divided by 7. He averaged almost 20 games a season.
Yeah.
At the Dogs.
And then
while at the Tigers, he averaged 3. Well, no, he averaged 8.
Yeah.
8 games a season.
That's a big drop off. Which again kind of comes back to your strength and conditioning. You look, James Fisher-Harris didn't play this week. He could have. Why he didn't was because they said, no, we need to get his fitness up to a level where it's not a risk of being injured during a game. So they decided, no, we're going to leave our best front rower out of the team so he can work on his strength and conditioning to the point where he's not risking injury. Like, there's just a different mentality with the top teams. It's like that they seem to handle this every little detail better. And I think you have the ex-Penrith bloke there running all that now, don't you? Like Ronnie Palmer or whatever. Is that who it was? Hey?
He came from Penrith, did he, Ronnie?
Yes, he was out. He was the last person we had, and then we got rid of him, and we brought in the current crop of guys we've got. I don't know the exact details behind the scenes, so maybe if someone sees this who knows the details could fill us in, but yeah. And now we've got one of the best teams, fittest, strongest teams in the comp. Like, it's amazing the impact that have, and we've had. Everyone talks about the good run we've had with injuries. Prior planning and preparation prevents piss poor performance, as the saying goes. Like if you look after your body, you're gonna get less injuries. Like we had 2015. We played the Knights for the spoon. If you remember when they were in there, they had their 3 wooden spoons in a row.
Yep.
And we played them for the spoon in 2015, and we beat them, so they got the spoon then. But the reason for that is we made finals in 2014. We started off 2015 with 2 wins in a row, and then injuries started happening. So, and then look at that 2000, we actually had pretty decent injuries up till about 2017, 2018. And then the club went through some changes, obviously with Ivan coming over and everything. And then 2019, we had a really bad year. But that's the year that started off with the video stuff with Tyrone May. So that really sort of upset the apple cart.
That was a very disruptive start to your season.
Yeah, and they also were mixing around how I think some of the players talked about the difference with the preseason. And I think they said like physically it was a bit easier. They did a bit more ball work than sort of cardio work. So with all that, we had a shit year.
First year.
Yeah. And in 2020, they changed it up, put them through grueling physical and mental preseason, and then the rest is history. And we've had a lot less injuries now too. So that preparation they did in preseason obviously has helped their bodies be better prepared for that sort of combat of NRL. I mean, they're smashing into each other, and the physical workload on their bodies is huge. So whoever's running the strength and conditioning there needs to essentially do a better job of it, I think. Because then, like, you look at Packer, right? Everyone complains about the Packer contract. Tigers fans really liked it when he first signed.
Yeah, I was keen on it.
I distinctly remember Tigers fans being quite happy with his output when he first started, but then he did his knee, and then from there it was done. Whatever happened after that,
the rule changes really worked against him too. Yeah,
but it was that knee injury that I think really, really screwed it. Like, so they need to sort of get their players better prepared over an off-season. Like, you look at that, the difference you said there with Reynolds averaging 20 games a season and then averaging 8 games a season. And there were a few injuries in there. So they've got to look at how they're preparing their players for the season. So I don't know if, I know there's a lot of talk of match overtraining players. Maybe it's overtraining is a thing. Like when the gyms were open and stuff, I used to work out and I used to watch videos on it all the time. Overtraining is a thing when you get to that level where your body just can't take anymore and it starts to break down. Like I remember watching one of the Panthers preseason videos and one of the players was talking to the staff with the strength and conditioning and that. And he said to the player at the time, I can't remember which one it was now, but one of the forwards, he's like, you've got to get 10 hours of sleep. With the work we're doing here, you've got to go and get 10 hours sleep. And that's on you to make sure you do that. And I found it really interesting. It's like, they're being very careful about not only the work they're doing on the field and on the training paddock, they're also making sure to manage the players when they're on their own, so they're looking after their bodies. Like, every little detail counts. And I don't think what they've got at the moment is working, especially with like Ronnie Palmer and that. Like when he was here, we had injuries too.
The thing I'm most interested to see going into the 2022 preseason now is how the players come back to the club. Like how fit they are, if they've kept up their...
You mean like when they get like their little break and that? And
yeah, like
have their time off, their annual leave.
They keep up their basic training over that break, ready to come back fit to rip in for the 2022 preseason. Because with the grand final being back to normal time and Origin back in the middle of the season, as for like season starting next year and how long the break's going to be, we're back to normal transmission.
Yeah. Well, that'll be a good indicator of where their heads are at. Like you look, when we had the COVID break last year, we only had one player come back and be like genuinely called out for their fitness levels, and that was Brent Naden.
Whereas I think it was 2018 preseason or something, where we had that issue with Moses Sully, where he came back drastically unfit.
Yeah, I
And
remember there was some
ended up
dramas
being
around that.
sacked a few weeks later.
You could tell he wasn't committed. I think he went through a
They
fair
actually,
run.
we had a documentary that preseason as well, I think. What's it called? This Day Forward, I think.
Yeah, I remember they had something.
They had a four episode documentary there, and one of the episodes had a little bit of a thing with Pascoe and the board having a discussion about Sully because of his lack of effort at training. Yeah, it was 2018 preseason because we had that round 1 game against the Roosters, and that's where episode 4 ended. Like at the start of that game, it was the entirety of the 2018 preseason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I just
See,
pulled up the
they've
stream for a
extended this
second. It sounds like you got
documentary.
a bit of echo, so I'm going to see if I can fix that. All right, let's see how that goes. All right, you there?
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's see how that is. Hopefully, chat, that sounds a bit better. No one mentioned in the chat that there was a bit of an echo, so we'll see how you sound now. Yeah, because was that when Ivan was there and they did that doco? I remember them doing like beach sprints and stuff vaguely.
Yeah, they had that whole beach session on the sandhills with the Sandman guy, whatever they called him. That was good to watch. And they showed a clip of Malachi Watene-Zelezniak calling his wife after the team won. The team announcement was made for round 1 to the boys, and telling his wife that he got into the team and how special of a moment that was for him. Like calling his wife after that meeting. There were a lot of nice little moments in that 4 episodes.
Yeah, no, I really like that doco. It was cool. They seem really good off field. I don't know why they can't translate it to on the field. I don't know.
But the thing with that 2018 season was that was probably, in the 10-year drought, that 2018 season was probably the best of them all. We finished 9th with a 12-12 record.
Yeah.
After winning 5 of our first 6 games. The only loss being a controversial golden point
was
penalty
that
goal.
Broncos one? That was infuriating.
That was the Broncos one.
I remember
that. Was
that.
Infuriating.
The
ball wasn't played square, so how could the markers be square?
that.
I was there. The crowd was not having it.
I think a lot of neutrals. I remember the discussion because I'm online more than I should be. I practically live online with football discussion. I remember a lot of neutrals were like, "What the fuck? That game was ridiculous." That the officiating was like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah, it was 1 try in the whole game. The Broncos did not score a try.
Nope. Penalty goals.
Their 9 points were 4 penalty goals and a field goal.
We are rugby union now, boys.
While the Tigers was a try, a missed conversion, a penalty goal, and a field goal.
That was ridiculous. Oh.
No, that was it. Yeah, that was at Campbelltown. I was there. It was round 3 at Campbelltown 2018.
Yeah.
Went to Golden Point, and I think it was the second half of Golden Point where the Broncos got that call from Klein. Where it was, the guys chasing the kickoff. I don't remember who they were. I think one was Peter Godinay. The guys at Marker, they quote unquote weren't square, so they were penalised for it because Azako's a field goal attempt waved away to the right, which was actually caught in the in goal. So we would have had a 7 tackle. If that call had not been made, we would have had a 7 tackle set to get down the other end to win that game. And assuming we won the next 3 after it as well, we would have gone 6-0 to start the season. We would have been undefeated along with the Dragons and the Warriors, who I think were still both undefeated at that time.
Here it is. Round 3, 2018, 9-7. Oh, Ivan.
Yeah, that was infuriating.
Where are
that
we?
That result was brutal.
Yes, we'll see if we can skip forward to the end and just play a tiny little bit at the end, and hopefully we don't get in trouble.
Yeah, there was a fight in the crowd. It was actually not too far behind where I was sitting. I was sitting on the far side of the field, middle bay, I think, or like one bay to the left, halfway back. And there literally was a fight not too far above me that was broken up by security guards. And yeah, I was really ticked off as I was leaving. I was so ticked off. I got in my car, screamed blue murder for about 20 to 30 seconds before driving off. And then it wasn't good for my road rage on the drive back to my dad's place, that's for sure. There were some other drivers out there, one who cut me off. I lost my crap at them. That was bad. Just because I was still so furious about that result. I'm guessing the fight was because of the bad call. There were Tigers fans that weren't happy about it. Like the bullshit chant went up.
Yeah, I imagine.
Quite loudly. There were some Broncos fans around us rubbing it in because I think the conversion was like in front. I think it was like 30 meters out, almost in front of the posts, or 40 meters out, almost in front of the posts. So there was little doubt that Azako was going to miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here, we got this on here, so you probably see it on the screen share.
Yeah, I'm watching.
This is Is it that one there?
Okay, so it is in the second half because it was the other side of the field.
So the second half of Golden Point, because I just saw them break then from the play the ball.
I think it was like the 86th or 87th minute or something.
Yes, this was the kicking off for the. Here we go. There's that one there. No, he's missed it. Oh, yeah. He's just called the penalty then. They didn't really show it very clearly.
They do show it in replay, though, I think.
Yeah, so that doesn't show. You can't see the markers.
And there was a long discussion on it in the Channel 9 post-game. Like, you hear the commentators talking about how bad it was.
Look, he's square. You look at that.
He was square from where it was played. It was played with the player who played it facing towards the corner.
Balls that because he's, I see what you're saying where he didn't play it square. He's facing, so that Broncos had like number 15 or something. I can't see the number properly. If you look at that, he's facing this top left corner post.
Yeah.
You can see it on that freeze frame there. he's facing the top left corner post. So it's like the second marker, I'm not sure makes it back.
Yeah, Godinay doesn't make it back. But the other marker
It's absolutely square. 100%.
Was square from where it was played.
Yeah, the first marker was absolutely square. There's no question about that. It looks a bit funny because, yeah, the guy playing the ball is facing the corner post. So it should have, technically by the rules of the game, been Tigers' ball for an incorrect play the ball. If we're getting technical about it.
Mm. Or at the very least, even if they're not worrying about that, it was caught in goal. 7 tackle set. Let's go. 7 tackle set from the 20 metres. Let's go. Brooks,
caught it.
your second field goal of the night.
It showed there he actually caught it just behind the thing there. Good fun. Rules in the NRL.
And the call was so bad. Klein, Nguyen, and the touchies, they were all escorted from the field with security guards pretty much immediately after full time.
I'm not surprised that like a worked up
Boos
crowd
were raining down. It would have been so much worse if it was at Leichhardt, because you know how parochial that crowd is, given the chant from round 13. So it was a Campbelltown, so the refs copped it a little bit better, but not much.
Oh, it's a good thing they weren't Leichhardt. Yeah. Ivan's a wanker. Oh man, that was. I kind of giggled a bit at that though. So it's nice to see the high emotion in the game. Like the game seems a bit sterile sometimes, where people just sort of don't really care too much, and then you see stuff like that, you're like, hey, there it is. There's the emotion. Let's get some more of that in the game.
Ash, I don't see Brooks going anywhere. Honestly, he's still signed for another two years, I think. And it's the media's favorite thing to do is continually trash on Luke Brooks. He goes missing sometimes in games, but we have seen this year what he can do. He had a really good stretch of games from round 10 through to round, I'd say even as recently as last week against the Cowboys, where he showed us a lot more of what he's capable of. He had a terrible start to the year, and we all know that. And there was a lot of criticism directed at him, which was rightly deserved. But Madge and the rest of the club has invested in Brooksy, and I don't see him going anywhere.
The word you're looking for is scapegoat. Madge has been on the end of it too, and he doesn't deserve it either. Madge and Brooks are going to be the two that cop it all the time, just because it's easy for the media. They don't have to do any deeper thought into it. They can just write their headline, stick it out there, get a few thousand views on social media and on their articles, whatever, and their job's done.
They pretty much have the articles already typed up. They just need to wait for the time to post them.
At this point, they just have a template and they just post it up. Maybe change the date, a few little words here and there, just to make it seem original or whatever, and make sure to add, criticism of the last game they played in there, and boom, you've got your article. There are some good guys out there on social media and that. It's just finding them. There's a few on Twitter that actually look into games, and where you're starting to see this little growing thing bubbling underneath the NRL community, where people are like, maybe Brooks isn't as bad as people are saying he is. And it's like, you look at his stats and you're like, oh, he's actually got very good try assists, stats and all this sort of stuff. And you're like, hang on, can this guy play football? And it's just sort of this growing feeling now. You can feel just bubbling up. And I think when Laurie comes back next year,
he's also gotten so much better defensively. Like that one-on-one try before he got sin binned last week against the Cowboys, that was insane.
Yeah,
that one-on-one tackle, not try.
Like, he started the year looking like a complete in defense. I remember the Roosters game and the big second rower, granted there's like a 20 kilo difference, just ran over him like he was a child. And now, the last couple of weeks, he's hitting blokes bigger than him and absolutely drilling them. I assume it's just a slight technique difference and working with him at training, because he's defending extremely well. Let's see what
he has shown in glimpses what he's capable of, and what he produced in 2018. That left him, I'm pretty sure, tied second for the Dally M's at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Tuivasa-Sheck won it that year, and I'm pretty sure Brooksy and Ponga tied for second.
Yeah, he got Dally M halfback of the year. Alright, so and it was pretty well deserved. Like, he can play, so.
And like, we finished with a 12-12 record. We were ninth with a 12-12 record.
Yeah.
3 wins behind the team that finished 8th, which was the Broncos.
Yeah.
Like, that was a really out of whack season. 8th finished 15-9.
It's an interesting one. I think that's the year that everyone brags about. Oh, there was only like 1 win between 1st and 8th. And it's like, but it's like no one was beating the Roosters. Everyone uses it as like, oh, look how close the comp was before 6 again. No, the comp wasn't close. You weren't beating the Roosters.
The Roosters and Storm were still miles ahead.
Yeah.
They had a couple of dodgy years. I think we had that discussion where in the last decade, there have only been 2 grand finals that didn't involve either at least one of those teams. And they were 2 consecutive in 14 and 15.
Yeah. Since the implementation of the NRL, I think either Roosters or Storm have been in all bar like 4 or 5 grand finals. That's where they're at. It's like, it's just the way it is. It's what they do. The comp hasn't been as close as people like to assume. And then when people are like, oh, no, but, you know, anyone could be anyone on their day. Would they?
Yeah, nah.
Like, how many... Like, I remember the Titans beat the Storm. It was like 30-something to 30-something a couple of years ago.
Yeah, 36-34.
And it's like, that wasn't an anomaly.
That was a wild game.
Yeah. It was a complete anomaly. That's very rare. I think it was 2017. The Storm lost 4 games all year, and then played the Cowboys in the grand, and then played the Cowboys in the grand final, and never looked like losing. The Cowboys had nothing for them, and it's like
the Cowboys were 8th. That grand final was 1st versus 8th.
Yeah, I'm like, I hate to tell you, but the NRL has not been that competitive like ever. You know, it 6 again or no 6 again. Yeah, the score lines are bigger now, but all it's done is shined a brighter light on an issue that already existed, and we were just sort of hiding the problem away a little bit. And that's why I'll say it's about badly run clubs. Yes, they've always been there and the results have been a bit closer, but if we have to shine a light on these issues so then clubs actually are forced to fix them, I would rather that, like, in all honesty. That's just me.
I think
they need to get the...
Sorry, I think they need to go back to the 2020 interpretation of the 6 again rule next year if they're going to keep it. I don't think the changes they made to the 6 again rule this year have been good for the game.
The way I would set up is it would only be a 6 again if you're in the attacking half. So if you're attacking the try line, 6 again. Because the original problem was teams giving away penalties on their own try line to reset their defense, right? That was the original problem. Games before the 6 again rule came in, Vossi used to talk about in commentary. He used to say, you know, we could just get the ref to signal 6 again or something, so that way on the try line they just keep rolling. So that way the Roosters were they pretty much won the 2013 comp on resetting their defense through penalties on the try line as a strategy. So, but in your own half, if you get a 6 again, it doesn't help. It actually helps the offending team a great deal. So if you have it in your own half,
penalty. Get the other team into their attacking half.
You go 20 meters downfield and have a set of 6 or whatever. That's a much bigger advantage. So you now are disincentivizing the 6 again down there, because it's not 6 again anymore. You're getting the penalty. But in the attacking half, when you're attacking the try line, it's actually a massive advantage to get a 6 again, because the defense can't set. So you just keep rolling and have the momentum, because teams then, what they would do is they'd give away a penalty, stop you from rolling, wait for you to make an error, and they get the ball back.
That's where the sin bin comes in, because it's obviously a very deliberate penalty.
Yeah. And because obviously they're not game to sin bin players, because if they do sin bin a player and then they lose the game, first thing that media and fans do is blame the ref. Because he did his job. So that's why the 6 again works, but only when you're attacking the try line. And I swear to God, bring back scrums for kicking the ball out. Like, maybe I'm a bit old school here, but playmakers...
Yeah, that play the ball...
It
hasn't helped the playmakers because
no.
As opposed to the scrum where you've got 6 in the scrum or 7 involved in the scrum and 6 in the defensive line, outside of that, it gives the playmakers something to work with if the scrum gets packed quickly enough.
Yeah, it's like... And playmakers are supposed to be game managers. And a part of that is controlling the tempo of the game. And I think kicking it out and having a scrum and the time it takes to reset, yes, we are taking time away from the game technically, like ball in play time. But it's a genuine strategy for a playmaker to look around and go, you know what, my forwards are fucked. Right, they're getting gassed. I need to slow the tempo of the game down a bit. I'm going to work the next set, get into a position, kick it out, have a scrum, and reset ourselves. That comes down to the strategic thinking of a half. And they've taken that away. Why? And then on top of that, you can attack from a scrum too, as we've seen. Both Penrith and both our teams did it. You scored off it once. We nearly scored off it, but Jerome Luai apparently decided he didn't want to pass the ball properly and it went behind Naden. But if he passes it to the chest of Naden, he goes in and scores. That's the benefit of scrums. Bloody Storm scored on us in the grand final. Cameron Munster, or was it from a scrum? Oh, I blocked that game out as much as possible, but yeah.
Don't want to relive that one.
No, but they scored on us from a scrum, from like halfway or more. Like, why would you remove that from a game? You imagine a desperate team. Say you're the Tigers yesterday and you're desperate. Sharks go down, kick it out. You get a scrum on your own 30. Brooks and Dewey get together and say, you know what? We want to win this game. They run set play off the scrum, go down 70 meters and score.
Yep. That'd be nice.
Like, that's on the halves to have that forethought and that thinking, but they don't get the opportunity for that kind of tactical thinking as playmakers because you've taken it out of the game.
Yeah,
right?
and especially for those ones late in the game where you're behind by 4 points or whatever, and your opposition who are ahead by 4 points kick the ball out, and you've got play the ball
with a
10 meters out from your own try line with a set defense. Like, there is no advantage to a team that's trailing.
None.
And in a winnable position with a couple minutes to go,
because it's
to have any chance.
Yeah, the scrum goes both ways. It's then risk reward. Your defense gets a rest. So if you're the defending team, you get a rest. So you're now fresher for that next set. But also you have the risk of the other team being able to run a play off the scrum. Like, it's perfect. It's brilliant. It's what rugby league is supposed to be. It's it's the perfect balance between attack and defense. And instead you're going down and you're actually weighing it 99% in favor of the defensive team there.
Yep. Ash, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure there has not been a single 2040 kicked in 2 seasons. Not a single one.
I think I've seen one attempt at it, maybe 2. But they've not been successful.
And both of them were in 2020. So neither of them were this year.
Teams would rather get what field position they can with their back 3 and then put a long clearing kick in.
It's a very risky thing to do, because if you give the opposition the ball just behind the halfway line, like first tackle, they're already in. It basically
becomes a line dropout essentially, where you're getting that possession on the halfway line and then you're attacking the try line again. Like, it's a nice option to have, just because if you don't use it, you're not losing anything. But maybe one day a half, like say DC or something, might get a bit desperate and go, you know what, I'm going to try it, and it might succeed. Like, having it doesn't hurt the comp at all, because if you don't use it, you just don't even notice it. So I don't mind that it's there. It's just, I don't think you'll see it happen because of that risk. The risk reward isn't worth it unless you were really desperate, like you were down by, like, you know, Aaron was saying that if you're down by 4 points with like 2 minutes to go and you need field position, maybe a playmaker who has a good kick on him might, you know, give it a go. out of desperation. But
Yeah, it's just something you're probably not going to see.
yeah,
As for
Job
the
done.
2-point field goal, it's we've seen what, maybe less than 10 all
Yeah.
season.
a couple at the end of
There's been
games.
a couple of attempts at the end of a half, and there's been a couple times where it's helped a team, like round 6, Reynolds against the Tigers.
Yeah, you
That
guys had it.
was-
We did. Nathan Cleary kicked one against the Broncos. Dylan Edwards.
That was the first time you played them, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dylan Edwards kicked one just for lols at the end of a half the other week.
I remember that.
He's just
I
like,
remember that. That was
Hey,
great.
Yeah, he's just like, hey guys, you know how no one thinks much of me? I've actually been hiding all these mad skills. Oh, good job, man. Where was this like ever? Like, there was probably around a similar time in that couple of weeks there where he's like, oh, hey, I can actually throw a cutout pass. I'm like, oh.
Look
Cool.
at this skill set you didn't know I had.
He's like, yeah, I got mad skills. I just don't want to use it. like what are you doing? If he could throw a pass and kick a ball on top of the skills he's already shows consistently every week, Dylan Edwards would be in that top tier of fullbacks. Straight up, he'd be in the top 5 fullbacks. No question to us at all. He'd be up there with like Tedesco and that.
Something else that's going to work in the Tigers' favour next year is the centre of excellence going to be constructed. So we're going to have that state-of-the-art facility that we haven't had at
That'll make a
Concord.
big difference.
It's going to make a huge difference because I was there for a member event in 2019. I think it was 2019 preseason member event before they went down to New Zealand for a trial game, and you could see in their little gym how little it was, literally
Yeah.
under the grandstand at the site, and it was dismal, to say the least. Like there was almost nothing there. It was just it was essentially a little cage. There was not a lot going for it, but having that hopefully completed, I think it's due for completion in February or something. Having that completed before the season starts is going to be so good going into 2022. Like it's going to be a massive thing that the club needs that they have sorely missed.
Yeah, you look at this is the Penrith one. This is part of the Penrith one. I don't know if you can see it. How do I? Wait, could you see that on the screen share? Maybe not.
I see settings. Is that settings or?
Yeah, that's the downloads tab. We'll go back there. I'll see if we can pull it up. Pull it up on the stream image just quickly.
Is your main training base on site at Pepper, or is it somewhere else? Or Bluebed, as they call it now.
It's actually at the Penrith Academy. So you know where the Leagues Club is at Penrith Stadium there?
Yeah, across the road.
It's literally right out the back there.
Okay.
So I will make this cover the whole screen for 2 seconds. So you'll be able to see it if you're watching the stream muted. Yeah, so I've made it take up the whole screen just for 5 seconds. That where the Leagues Club is, it's literally right behind that. You just walk around the back of the Leagues Club and they've got a training field, they've got the academy there, and that big gym set up there is that's
Yeah,
part of the gym. Like you can see the difference in what you were talking about, this little gym. this is more, I assume, the kind of setup you'll end up with once it's finished.
Yeah, which looks a lot better than what we had at Concord.
Yeah, that's like 10 times better.
Wildly better than what we had at Concord.
Like, and that you can imagine the difference that sort of stuff would make. And yeah, and that's like you there, like it's across the road from the home ground as well. So literally they can do everything they want is in the same sort of area. So you've got that consistency, I guess. When you going in, you're doing your job, you're doing it, and everything is sort of there. You feel like you're home in that sense, where this is your territory. You get that feeling of you've put down roots here. So then when they play there, they go home, and they play there in front of a home crowd, and this is their territory. You're coming to our territory. Good luck with that. And we have a perfect record at Penrith Stadium since like the end of 2018 or something, or 19 or whenever the hell it was. Like, we've got a ridiculous home record. Like, that's the kind of thing that I think most clubs need to start building, and hopefully you guys will get a bit of that there.
Yeah, this season we had, like, on the original draw, we had 5 different home venues, that is ridiculous. That identity thing is the hard part. And then that became 6 when the Easter Monday game was moved to Sydney Olympic Park. So we essentially had 6 home venues. We had 3 home games at Bankwest, Campbelltown, and Leichhardt. We had that game at Stadium Australia. We had Magic Round at Suncorp. And we also had the game that was yesterday that we were supposed to take to Tamworth.
Yeah, they need to pick a home ground. Like, maybe take 1 or 2 to country areas, but they need it. They need to start building their identity like that. Get a home ground. Like, that's not sustainable, I don't think. Maybe financially it is, but from like a football identity perspective, that's not sustainable.
It's difficult to do when you're a merged club and you've got to keep both supporter bases happy.
Yeah.
And from the standpoint of the club, which was why they were playing games at ANZ and why they're now playing games at Bankwest, where it costs them a lot more to have games at those suburban grounds, which are much smaller capacity-wise. So to make any sort of profit, they do have to take some games to a bigger stadium. So I can see that side of it, but the fact of the matter is, it is something that has been hurting the club for a very long time.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, you have that one home ground and you take a game to Bathurst. So typically you play at 2 home venues a season.
Yep, pretty much.
11 games at one and one at the other. Whereas we, in a typical season, before Magic Round and before regional games, was like 4, 4, and 4. Where that's a lot harder to manage.
Yeah, that's and that's why I said financially it's probably great, but just from that identity perspective, like with fans, and yeah, it's not as sustainable. Like I said, I don't know, it's something they've got to work out, because you're playing.
You can't have that identity because you don't have that base.
Yeah, like, what do you, like, they talk about, Fortress Brookvale. The ground itself is the crappiest place in the world, like, with little wooden seats. And it's just, like, apparently the stadium itself is crap. Even Manly fans hate it. But they talk, they used to talk about Fortress Brookvale. And it's like, this is our territory. We're going to fight for this. And that's just tough luck for you. If you want to win here, you're going to have to come and fight for it. And it's the same down in Melbourne. Teams feared going in Melbourne. That's why Canberra having a good record down in Melbourne was such a big thing, because the Storm don't often lose down there. Suncorp was always talked about again, same way. Like, Penrith Stadium's now getting that way. It's like, you need that to be successful in a way in that professional sport, because teams feed off it. All right.
It was really simple as that. The ruck was too quick, line speed, was non-existent at times. We put ourselves on the back foot, but
That's something that pisses me off. I'm glad he mentioned. That's something that really irritates me. The Tigers' defensive structure seems to be to sit and wait. They don't try and own the advantage line. I don't understand it that they give up so much ground to the attacking team. I don't know if you've noticed that they literally stay where they are. So every run is a 10-meter run. What are you doing? It's infuriating. Like, surely that's not how their defensive structure is meant to be.
We could have fixed that very easily, but we need to take control.
Oh, we've lost Aaron. Oh, his Wi-Fi's dropped out. R.I.P. Aaron. I'll have to we'll give it a second and see if he comes back. Oh no. Since we're here and we've got national sports loaded, how do you think of your Eels last night? Hopefully you were happy with it. Bit of a win. Oh. Oh, maybe we lost him too. Everyone's gone. Yeah. Give him a second to come back. Well, I'll continue on. We'll see what Madge is saying then, and hopefully he gets back soon.
Control of the game.
Came very close to doing that in the late stages there, and then it just sort of dropped off again, didn't it?
Yeah, we put too much. We had too much pressure on ourselves in the first half. Look, the amount of drop ball and the errors, and look, they were probably going the same way, to be honest. And
yeah, well, you're not going to win any games having that many errors. Let's have a look. How many errors did they have for the game? I'll see. I'll pull it up. This was a hell of a lot. Tigers versus Sharks. Oh, forget ads on NRL.com. The hell? Interesting.
Back.
Oh, I think I can hear him.
There we go.
Woo!
Dodgy ass Wi-Fi.
I love Wi-Fi. That's why mine's connected with the cable. I'm not trusting the Wi-Fi. I'll just rewind a little bit.
Let me watch the stream again. Come on. Cooperate with me.
And looks like you might be back. How does it look on your end?
Just press play on the video.
What? Nathan's re-signed? Pretty sure.
Isn't he?
I'm pretty certain he's...
I'll look that up for you.
Yeah. You can grab it while you're there. I'm pretty sure.
I'll go back to Zero Tackle and look it up for you.
Yeah, see what they've got to say on the matter, because I'm pretty sure, like, I doubt he's going anywhere. Their club will be keeping him. Don't lose your best player like that.
I don't see him leaving when his dad's the coach. Honestly.
You imagine he takes up a contract somewhere else, gets grounded.
You can't go play for them, you're grounded.
Alright.
Yeah, here he is. He's contracted until 2024.
Thought so. I knew he'd re-sign. I was like, I'm not going crazy here.
Nathan Cleary, Jerome Luai, and Isaiah Yeo are the 3 players off contract for you guys in 2024.
Yeah, I thought so. They were the big ones that were coming this year. Because they're our core, so... They lost them, it'd be like the worst blunder in roster management history.
You've only got 2 off contract this year.
Yeah.
Still. They are Tyrone May and Jamin Salmon.
Word is Tyrone May has actually re-signed for another 12 months, but for some reason hasn't been announced. No idea what's going on with it. And Jamin Salmon as well. I don't know why. The club has been a bit weird about that lately, not announcing till really late. So maybe they just did it, and maybe they'll get through and in the off-season be like, oh, guess what, guys? We forgot to mention.
You've then got 13 off contract next year.
Yes, next year's the big one. So we will have guys like Kickow and all that start becoming available. And
as of November this year, all of these players can negotiate with other clubs.
Yep.
Blacker, Edwards, Eisenhuth, Falls, Hopgood, Jennings, Kenny, Kickow, Coruscant, Leota, Taylor May, Momorovsky, and Lindsay Smith.
Yep. And a couple of those bigger names like Edwards, Kickow, and that, they're the ones that people are wondering.
Eyeing off.
Because obviously they're performing to a level that the lower down teams like Dragons and that need. And like, hang on, if we offer this player a little bit more than he'll get at Penrith, can they come and help fix our team? Hence the Kickout articles. He will have... The guys will have to take less to stay here. That's going to be the decision they have to make. And it's a lot like where, the Roosters and the Broncos of the 90s, all this stuff where all like they used to be. It's a case of you're going to have to decide to take less to stay in a team that's more successful, or you can take more to go to another team that is a bit more desperate for your services. That's going to be the decision.
Success breeds the fact that those players are therefore worth more money.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get the greedy ones like
Madison.
Yeah, him. I didn't want to say his name because it's mud on the earth.
Or Radisson.
You get greedy ones like that, and it's it gets messy. So the success you guys have had means if you want to keep those same players, they're going to have to play for less money because they're going to be worth more.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what Madge's got to say.
Yeah, we put too much. We had too much pressure on ourselves in the first half. Look, the amount of drop ball and the errors, and look, they were probably going the same way, to be honest. And they were the ones that got a hold of the game. The leaders there of their team, probably
didn't go back for him.
Came very close to doing that in the late stages there, and then it just sort of dropped off again, didn't it?
Yeah, we put too much. at times throughout the game just ebbed and flowed, and they needed to get the job done. It was really simple as that. The ruck was too quick, line speed was non-existent at times. We put ourselves on the back foot.
Yeah, that was the big one that he said when you dropped out, that I notice on a weekly basis with the Tigers is that it's not that their line speed is bad, it's like it's non-existent. Like, they have this, their system is to just wait for the attacker to come to them. And oftentimes they'll actually be backing off. And I've noticed it really massively the last couple of weeks. I don't know what they're doing. That surely can't be how they've trained. This is what I was saying before when you dropped out, is there is no way in hell a coach like Madge would be taking a backward step in defense. He's not that type of coach and that type of personality. He's even without having seen the guy at training behind closed doors, I guarantee he's the kind of guy who wants you on the front foot defending. He wants you being aggressive and taking the advantage line.
You look at how many sets, even early in that game yesterday, where the Sharks made over 50 metres just because we were backpedaling through the entire set.
Yeah, like they go 80 metres upfield or something, and you're like, oh, they're on our try line. How did that happen? Like,
it was that one after they scored, I think, their first try, where they immediately had a really good set afterwards. Got 60 or 70 metres or something.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
And then two Tigers tackles later, almost had us tackled in our own in goal.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Edwards is able to negotiate from November, which is why a lot of people think we're going to end up with Crichton probably as fullback or Staines or someone like that. So we'll see what happens, because Edwards is really reliable. Like, he's good at organising the defence. He has an error or two in him, but it's not like he's making errors 50 times a game. Like, he might have one in a game where then the other team will score off of, but generally he's pretty safe. But
there are so many Tigers players that can be negotiated with as of November. And there are some of them I don't want to see gone.
Yes. The thing with Edwards, though, is he actually gets injured quite a lot. So it's one of those things you got to weigh up. Do you want a guy who's just reliable, will make some good run meters, has an error in him and gets injured a bit? Or you'll have a guy like Crichton, for example, who's more of an X-Factor type. But yeah, National Sports Load. It was just mentioning Edwards, so I was like, yeah. But we'll see what happens. The club.
I like Ash's response.
Yes, and you're not having him. Keep your grubby hands on. But they wouldn't. They've got King Gutho over there, so there's no chance they would look at a fullback. And I can't imagine now, after playing 2 years in a top 4 team at fullback, he's going to take like a wing position somewhere. He'll want to go somewhere on fullback money if he does leave. If he doesn't take a discount to be here, I think someone else will pick him up on fullback money to help the team out a bit.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't go for him because we've got an investment now in Laurie.
Yeah, you've taken Dane Laurie, like, to the point where you were willing to give over your centre depth to get him. That's how much Madge wanted him, because if you remember, we got Momorowski for Laurie.
And I was sad to see Momorowski go as well.
Like, yeah, he would have made a huge difference to you this year, but the fact is they really wanted to. I guess it was that.
Laurie.
Yeah, exactly. It was that what's worth more? Do we want Laurie, and do we want him now and start building with him now, or do we keep Momorowski, who very likely leaves anyway because for some reason they thought Roberts and BJ would work. And we know how that went, because that's the ultimate rocks and diamonds, leaning towards rocks these days.
And I feel so bad for Momorowski, especially these last 2 years. Like, last year being a part of that trade deal for Harry Grant. Then coming back to the Tigers very, very temporarily and staying long enough to be shown the door to Penrith.
That's... Yeah, I don't know. It is a bit of a shame, but I can understand where the Tigers are going though. They needed a guy like Laurie. Like, I mean, what your next best fullback is a reserve grader who's played like 10 minutes at fullback.
Mm.
Like, who else can play? I mean,
And had a lot of drop ball on the wing in his second game.
yeah, like, what are you going to do? Push James Roberts to fullback? I mean, that's not exactly a solution, I don't think.
No, neither is Mbai, clearly.
Oh my God.
But he won't be there next year, so that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, I just about have a stroke watching Mbai try and play fullback. He works all right as a utility because his enthusiasm and want to have a go works for short periods. Because it's not so, like, you don't need as much out of him, but a fullback needs like 80 minutes of top quality input into the team's performance. And I don't think Mbai has that. At least right now, he needs a solid off season and then a full season in one position and only one position. And then he might be okay. But it's simply...
Ash, Gebby is gone. Gebby is no longer at the club. There were some off-field indiscretions where the club made a statement saying they had released him.
Yeah, I remember hearing stuff.
There are still plenty of people who think he's at the club, but he's actually not there. There was some.
It actually did fly by the news
domestic discretions
pretty quickly. Like, it sort of popped up and then was gone. I guess being not exactly a big name player, like if that was, you know, like fucking Luke Brooks or one of the bigger name players at the club, you'd not stop hearing about it for like 3 months. But
yeah, it was disappointing too, because I was actually looking forward to seeing him develop in Ron Massey Cup, then go up to reserve grade and see if he could find his way into a first grade spot in time. But he was originally on a trainer trial, so we weren't going to be seeing too much of him anyway.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't have played this year.
No. Well, he played a little bit of reserve grade, but mostly Ron Massey Cup.
Yeah.
But yeah, the club did put out a statement a couple months ago saying he's no longer there. That he was
which is
released
fair enough.
immediately due to issues.
Let's see, man.
Unfortunately, we could have fixed that very easily, but we need to take control of the game.
Came very close to doing that in the late stages there, and then it just sort of dropped off again, didn't it?
Yeah, we put too much. We had too much pressure on ourselves in the first half. Look, the amount of drop ball and the errors, and look, you know, they were probably going the same way, to be honest, and they were the ones that got a hold of the game.
Yeah, and that was the most infuriating thing. Is I don't understand how the first grade football team can't hold a football. I don't understand where all the errors are coming from. It blows my mind. So they had 12 errors for the game. Sharks actually had 15, so I'm surprised. Well,
yeah, but you look at the score they still put on. That's crazy.
Like, you combine those errors with that lack of defensive effort, and there's your 50 points.
You look at the missed tackle count as well. Sharks missed 39, Tigers missed 38.
Yeah, like, that's what I mean. It's like that. It's just, what do you like? It's definitely their mentality. Like, they're not putting it up. I won't bring it up. I was thinking about putting it up, but that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was bloody Walters. Especially that one tackle is just burned in my brain. Like, as far as missed tackles go, it wasn't anything the attacker did. Like, but no, but Madge is right. It's just
Billy Walters, 7 missed tackles. He made 19, he missed 7.
like, that should tell you right there. How bad is that? See what I mean? Like, my brain literally has this, like, I feel like I'm having a stroke when I think about him playing yesterday. How did that happen?
And that was in 39 minutes of game time. You compare that to Twali.
Yeah, how did Jock Madden not get a call up if you needed someone like that who can play that? Because, I mean, it's not like he can play any other position other than half anyway, so you might as well just get Madden up who can play half. Like
Twal, 62 minutes for 39 tackles, missing none.
Yep.
Law, 64 minutes, for 25 tackles, also missing none. Simpkin made 27 tackles and missed none as well in his 54 minutes.
So wait,
Walters played 39 and made 19, missing 7.
It comes back to that old cliche about defense being attitude. Because really, all defense is you've got to put your body on the line and make that tackle. Like,
yeah, Walters' attempts at tackles were just reaching his arms out and just hoping players would fall into his arms.
Yeah, he's like, I don't really want to get hurt, so I'm just going to give you a hug and hope it works out. Like,
and the other players are like, no, we don't want hugs. We're just running straight through this gap you've left wide open for us.
Thank you very much. Like, they're going to send him a freaking birthday card now because of that. Like, he's their bestest friend in the world.
Easy meat pies. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, like, fucking, what are you doing? I don't understand. But it's glad he's going. Like, I still, like, at the Broncos, and I don't know if Justin's still there. Well, Justin with his Broncos lost Reece Walsh to keep a spot open for this idiot.
Yeah, Justin's there.
Yeah, there he is.
And he's going to be coached. He's going to be coached by his dad next year. His dad's going to ground him for a month every fucking tackle he misses.
If you can go a game without missing any tackles, you get ice cream. Like, no treats until you make your tackles.
You miss out on dessert.
No TV time. Like,
your punishment: watch yourself miss tackles every game.
Yeah. Oh, and then you can do the dishes after.
Yeah, and on the flip side, they've watched Walsh carve it up for the Broncos, for the Warriors for most of the season.
Amazing. Like, if he was behind a good forward pack, like, I don't know, the Broncos have. Just naming a random team for no particular reason. He'd be just ridiculous.
He'd be so much closer to a top 8 team than they already are.
Like, yes, this year alone, if he'd played at fullback all year this year, they'd just, good luck. That forward back and that forward pack and that fullback, you'd probably see them start climbing the ladder.
I've tipped you this afternoon, Justin. I hope they don't let me down.
Let me just check my tipping app. Yeah, I tipped the Broncos too, so looks like we're all on the Broncos today. Let's go, horsies. Oh no. It's like
Roosters and Broncos are my tips for today.
Yeah, same. I think we actually tipped very similarly this week. But it's not.
I think we did.
I mean, I don't know too many people who are going to take the Dragons, though. Or Dragons. They looked actually really promising to start the year, but Anthony Griffin doesn't know what the word tactics means. He just assumes if you run hard, football happens.
When the Dragons really died in the arse was, I'd say, the second loss to the Tigers. They were still kind of there and abouts.
Yeah.
The first time they lost to us at Win. But when we beat them at Bankwest in Indigenous round, I think that really was their downfall.
Yeah. They just died.
The spiral started.
And everyone's like, what the fuck is Norman still playing? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. I don't rate him as a coach at all. Everyone brags about how when he was with us, we were top 4, and then at one point we made finals 3 years in a row. We did that because we belted up basically teams from 6th or 7th down. If you look at Anthony Griffin's record here, his record against top teams was actually really bad. So that's where the problem was. We just couldn't go that extra step under him. We were essentially what the Eels are labelled as now, where we were the flat track bullies. And even then, we had to have multiple comeback wins where it became our stereotype. We were basically the comeback kids at that point. It happened so often because they'd have to throw the game plan out the window and just rely on the natural talent of guys like Moylan and Cartwright and that who could just ball play and bamboozle defenses and have big comeback wins. And oh my God, how amazing. So definitely don't rate him.
NSL score on Warriors by 6.
I can't really blame him. That game is such a 50-50 prospect. It's like you don't know which of either team's going to show up. Like both can play quite well when they want to, and both can be quite horrible when they want to. So who fucking knows?
Yeah, I'm on the NRL tipping app right now. It's the closest to a 50-50 with Broncos 51%, Warriors 49%.
I am absolutely not shocked because it's going to be one of those games.
The Warriors are still favourites in the odds side of things, though.
Yeah.
But they've actually gone out to a little bit wider favourites than they originally started. So
yeah,
it is pretty much a 50-50 game.
Yeah.
Like I said before, the Broncos, they've shown a lot more in basically since the bye. Like they've been very good in patches, very unlucky to lose to the Roosters the other week. Another really solid performance in a loss to the Panthers. That's why I've tipped them. I think it'll be a close one. I have no doubt it'll be a close one. I've gone them by 4. The Broncos. As for the Roosters, I think they're going to flog the Dragons by about 4 converted tries at least.
Oh, you're going to see a spanking on live TV. Oh my God. Boy, that was
an absolute robbery. That call that got them that last penalty goal. Yeah, that was a dodgy one.
Yeah.
Dodgy to say the least.
I assumed the Broncos had won that game. And I'm like, okay, sweet. That's what I said to my wife. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. My tip got through. Good on you, Broncos. And then all that happened. I'm like, whoa, what the hell is going on here? So,
I didn't actually see the whole game because I was at work. I got called into work and I picked up that shift. But it was that I did see that last, I think, 8 or so minutes. And I was like, oh, that's very unexpected.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was crazy. It was crazy. As you can imagine, Broncos fans weren't too happy about it. I wasn't. I tipped them, so I was like, what the fuck's going on here? What are you doing? Like,
no.
I don't know, it's
it
crazy.
Was very, very strange how the captain's challenge was checking one thing. Well, the captain's challenge was used to check one thing, but it ended up checking something else.
Yeah, and
that was
like there
confusing.
Was all the confusion around was there to play the ball and you checked that far back and then the head.
But it was the previous play.
Yeah.
Like the play the ball was of the previous play, not the play in question.
Yeah, so it's like, and then there was a little bit of high contact that, like, I think he breathed on his face or something. I don't know, like a slight breeze brushed past his chin or something. I don't like, yeah, high contact is high contact, but like he basically just like lovingly touched his cheek or something.
Yeah, there's been a few of those.
I know I prefer black and white rulings, but that seems a bit much for me, where like it's not like the one where, if you remember the penalty try in our game where Luciano had a high tackle. See, that I thought deserved the penalty try because he makes some pretty genuine contact with his head and he drops the ball because he hits the head and then as he's coming through he hits the ball out. So I'm like, that's fair. I remember arguing it on bloody League Unlimited with people. I'm like, guys, he hit his head. Like, what can you do in a try scoring situation? Like,
we had another one of those very, very similar in the Golden Point game between us and the Cowboys in Townsville in 2019, where Cheekham gets clocked high and drops the ball over the line, like on his way down. It was essentially a very similar thing, and it was given penalty try as well.
Yeah. See, that sort of stuff I think is fair, but like that Broncos one was really weird for me. Why is NRL so soft? Just because the families wanting to keep their children safe and tell them what is safe or not when they want to play first grade in the future. National Sports Loaded said that. It's mostly, especially with concussions and that, the effects later in life. Basically, we don't want our players that we celebrate during their careers for how great they are and our entertainment essentially becoming vegetables after they retire. That's essentially, we don't want to turn them into potatoes, in 10, 20 years for our entertainment. That's essentially the thinking, because the damage to the brain.
Yeah, that's what the crackdown that started in Magic Round was originally for.
And I think it's actually had an effect. There seems to be a lot less of the overt swinging arms. Like, the technique seems to have adjusted slightly, where it's like you're not having those big, really high swinging arms anymore, where it's like, yeah, this is really risky and you're probably going to kill someone. Like, the big bad ones now are where players often are more falling into it now and stuff like that. It seems to have shifted slightly after that crackdown. So, at least from what I've noticed, like, you look at the one in the Raiders game with Corey Harawira Naira, where he hit Hughes high. And it was just it was a pretty bad shot, but like, it was more.
And then 48 hours later, Madison does the same thing.
Like, you're seeing a lot less of those now. And even that, it was more, he hit him into the shoulder. So you're seeing more of these shoulders come in. So it's like, and players with their heads down a little bit. It's, I don't know. I thought it did the job it needed to.
The problem that it's brought up is that there are some players whose play style, like Tedesco, involves them being down lower.
Oh my God.
Which means they're more likely to be.
Man, that became such a big thing where he basically runs. Anyone seen the movie Bambi? Oh, kids, so we see the Disney cartoons constantly. And Bambi, little bloody deer, after he's first born, can't walk properly. He's stumbling around. He goes on the ice and he starts like stumbling around. His legs are wobbly. That's what Tedesco reminds me of.
Yeah.
Like, he's
like we saw the Cowboys get penalised for it in that game in Magic Round because Tedesco was hit high. Because Tedesco was doing what he usually does, and like with his knees bent, about looking like he's about to step off in some direction or another.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I'm kind of glad that's like, it was ridiculous that stuff was getting penalised. You've got to have some thin mint, I guess, how harsh they were. Because I remember there was one in, I think, Cowboys game too, where their hooker got penalised, where the guy was like 2 centimetres off the ground. He was diving in for a tackle. Tackle would have hit him probably around the waist. But because how ridiculously low the attacker got, it hit him in the head and he got sin-binned. I'm like, what?
Yeah, and it's hard for the defending player coming in to adjust in a split second when the player they're tackling is already on the way down.
Yeah, like what?
There was one earlier in the year. When was it? Raiders versus someone, where I think it was Raiders Broncos, where a Bronco got sent off because the Raider player was tripped and then fell into a shoulder.
Oh, I now remember. Yeah, everyone blew up about that because
like the Bronco was. Yeah, he was sent off because
So
the Raider tripped and was falling forward and fell into the shoulder. So that constituted the send-off, apparently.
Yeah, he kind of half jumped, got ankle tap, whatever, was flying forward, went face first into the guy who was just standing there doing nothing. Like, he was coming to make the tackle and he kind of stopped and just stood there. He went face first into his shoulder and got sin-binned or sent off. Like, yeah. Oh, remind me of that one. That was ridiculous.
I'm 90% sure it was a send-off.
Yeah.
Bronco got sent off.
It looked really dramatic, but when you actually look at it, you're like, the Broncos player essentially got sin-binned for not having magic teleportation powers.
Yeah, because he couldn't get out of the way of the player who was falling forward into his shoulder.
Yeah, that's just like, what the fuck is he supposed to do? He's, hang on, I'll just zap across the other side here, like fucking... it's ridiculous like that. Yeah, he got penalized for not being able to teleport essentially because there was nothing he could do. That was actually one of those ones where he had nowhere he could go because it all happened so fast and he just stood there and got run into. That's like arresting someone for getting run over when a car like jumps the sidewalk and starts running people over, like, and you got to arrest the pedestrians.
I'm going to try and look it up now. I'm going to try and find who it was, who the player was. Round 14. Yeah, it was in Canberra, round 14, Saturday, June 12. I thought you might remember it, Justin, because it was pretty outrageous. Yeah, it was a send-off. There was one send-off in that game, no sin bins.
In 20 years, Broncos fans are going to be like, you remember that time he got sent off?
Yeah, Kobe Hetherington in the 59th minute got sent off.
Yep. That was pretty horrible. If only I wasn't so worried about copyright, I'd bring it up, but because that was like, it looked really dramatic live. I said I watch every game, so I try to. And yeah, it looked so dramatic live. Yeah, oh my god, that guy just got nailed with this like hardcore shoulder charge, flying clothesline, whatever, like something out of the like WWE wrestling.
And then you see what actually happened, where he was ankle tapped and
and then you show the replay.
Forward.
Yeah, and then you show the replay, and you actually see it all happen. You're like, oh, he just essentially tripped and headbutted this guy's shoulder. And that's that's the vision the bunker had. So I can understand the ref being like, bro, this is really bad. But the bunker, when they look at it, should have talked to the ref and said, you know what, this is not his fault. This is incidental contact. It's really, really hard incidental contact either way, but he had nothing he could do.
Incidental contact.
Like, the bunker should have taken control of that and been like, no, this is not a send-off. But relying on the bunker.
Yeah, we know where that gets us.
That gets us a fucking load.
Who was in the bunker that game, I wonder?
At this point, it's just flip a coin and hope for the fucking best. Like,
I'll look up who was in the bunker that game, because now I'm interested to see if it actually was Perenara.
he's curious.
Where are we? 2021 Broncos, round 14. There we are. Team lists. Sutton was referee. Noyen was in the bunker.
Oh.
Matt Noyen.
So we've got to share the silly decisions around. Everyone's got to have their go.
It's like Oprah. You get to make a silly call. You get to make a silly call. Everyone gets to make a silly call.
It's like in their performance review. Oh, you've had no ridiculous decisions. Sorry, you're sacked, demoted to reserve grade or something. You can go be a linesman for the New South Wales Cup because you haven't made your mandatory one ridiculous decision this game. Like, I don't understand. Like, it bugs me more with the bunker than the on-field ref because they have, like, I think it's like 12 high definition screens and they can access pretty much every camera angle and all this technology. And they oftentimes will mess things up worse than the on-field ref, who literally has himself
split-second decision.
Yeah, split-second decision on ground, so the angle is completely different. He's obstructed by players. He's under pressure with players yelling at him, like, and often
fans yelling at him.
Yeah, and they're oftentimes making better decisions than the bunker, who's got all this technology. You're like, what the fuck? Like, granted, the on-field ref makes mistakes too, but I think it's a lot more forgivable in that situation.
The leaders there of their team, probably got a hold of things, and we needed to be better in that department. We needed to get control and think about the long game rather than thinking about the immediate play. You've got to make sure that as a team, we walked in at half time, we knew what we needed to do in the second half. We didn't go out and deliver that, and we put a little bit of pressure back on them, and
but why not? That's the question they've got to ask themselves this off-season. Who is leading this team? Like, I know Tamo wasn't out there, and maybe that's where his upside is. Maybe you're not looking at his run meters. Maybe you're just looking at him talking to the team and saying, look, we're losing our heads here. We need to get it back. I don't.
Everyone who's seen Tiger Town says Dewey needs to be captain, which I 100% agree with.
I was in that group. I said it to your mate on Twitter, the Tiger Podcast
Josh.
guys.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw it, I'm like, this is your captain. As soon as I saw that, I was like, what? He should be your captain. Like, Tamo might be able to help the young forwards develop, and maybe he's why some of those young forwards are starting to actually look really good. Maybe he's helping their off-field development. But
at the very least, give him co-captain with Tamo next year.
I would be giving him co-captaincy, and that way Tamo can
give him a year to like get his groove of being the playmaker and a co-captain before Tamo probably won't be there in 23.
He's not going to be there.
Having the sole captaincy.
Yeah, Tamo won't be there after that. He's not performing well enough on field. Even if he's doing really well off field, on field he's not good enough to keep there longer. You can't have that much dead weight in your forward pack.
No, not when you've got Uto Ikamanu busting his ass every week.
Yeah, and Alex Twal,
who I reckon is a legitimate chance of playing State of Origin next year if he keeps up his form.
You know, guys like him and Twal who are absolutely busting themselves to do it. You can't have them look over and see a guy making, 30 meters in 40 minutes of game time from like 4 runs and having pretty terrible, defensive stats too. Like it can't happen. That sort of stuff kills your culture and the mentality on game day. They're the things that make players' heads drop.
Mm-hmm. And you saw the way he was talking to the boys in that game against the
Cheers,
Rabbits.
Mate. Enjoy. Hope you enjoyed it. National Sports Loaded's heading out.
See you, NSL. Thanks for tuning in.
Hope it was good. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
2 blokes talking shit.
Yeah, basically.
What was I saying?
Yeah, you were saying you'd see it in the...
Oh, yeah. The communication between Dewey and the rest of the boys in that game against the Rabbits earlier in the season. Like, you could tell how much Adam wanted it. You could tell how much it meant to him. You could tell just by listening to him what he wanted from the team in those late minutes of the game.
Yeah, he's got that personality to lead the team with his voice. And I think I've seen Tigers fans say it before where Brooks is more of a introverted type character who just wants to go out and play his game. And that's fine. You can have a quiet half and a talkative half. Just make the talkative half your captain and let the other guy just do what he's comfortable doing. Because then you'll bring the best out of both of them because you're pandering to their personalities anyway. Whatever happened?
Clark.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't remember what happened to Ollie.
Yeah, he just sort of.
Gold Coast, I think.
Yeah, he just kind of.
Or maybe
disappeared.
he's over in the Super League now.
I'm not sure. I remember he went up to the Tigers, and then I haven't heard much about him.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, see what he's doing now.
2019, 2020, 16 games for the Tigers. Okay, this doesn't say, it just says, in round 9 of the 2019 season, Clark made his NRL debut for the West Tigers against the Penrith Panthers at Suncorp Stadium in a 30-4 victory. On 28th of September 2020, Clark was one of the 8 players who were released by the West Tigers. That's literally his playing career on Wikipedia.
Interesting.
That's all it's got.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So maybe he's not
Maybe he's just
around the game at all.
Yeah, he might have just slipped out the back door and off he went. Picked up a job somewhere, I don't know. Because I definitely feels like he just disappeared.
Club footy, maybe somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, literally, it brought up his profile on Zero Tackle, no current contract.
That's what I mean. It's like he just vanished into the sunset. Off he went.
Yeah, just a bit, Ash. Not the happiest career ever.
No, I mean, maybe he had his reasons. I don't know. He was a promising sort of young bloke coming through, so I don't know what happened. Surprised nobody picked him up. There are definitely teams who could have used a bloke like him, but yeah,
I thought he might have at least gone to the Super League or something, but no, he's literally no current contract.
Yeah, you got teams like Dragons, Cowboys, pretty much anyone outside especially the bottom 4 They just need players.
He was a promising young prop too.
That's what I mean. Like, it's so weird to have a guy like that just disappear. He had some pretty decent raps on him coming through Penrith. What's magical for us?
Disallowed try there around the scrum. Yeah, you get those every now and then, but we needed to stay at it. But unfortunately, our defence today was what let us down.
See, I like that. See, Madge has the mentality of, shit's not going to go your way all the time. But if we defend and have that resolve, we will overcome that and succeed. That's Madge's philosophy as a coach.
It hasn't worked all year, though. We've conceded 646 points in 22 games.
Exactly. So if that's his mentality and he's training for that, why is it not happening on field?
I've just done the math on the calculator. That's an average of 29.4 points per game.
And that's not good enough.
That's
what I mean. It's like, you can see why he looks so defeated in half his press conferences. Like, here he looks like he's almost in tears. Like, the work
there are only two teams with a worse defensive record. They're the Cowboys and the Bulldogs.
That's bad.
The Broncos, if they concede 20 points or more today, will be worse than us defensively too. But the Tigers 646, the Bulldogs 674, and the Cowboys 676. The Broncos at 627 are the only team that have conceded above 600 points.
Oh, Roosters Dragons already on. We've been here that long.
Oh wow, it's 2:00. Holy crap.
Yeah. Did we want to pull it up and maybe put it on mute or something, and we can react to the game or something over here? Or just want to head off and watch the game?
I don't know. I might not even be watching the games today. I'm still feeling pretty down after yesterday.
Still feeling it.
I'm still feeling it. I'm going to be feeling it all bloody week, all bloody off season.
I can't blame you like that. To do that is...
Like, our season went out, like, not even in a whimper. That was a capitulation of the highest order. That was bloody 2016 versus Canberra at Leichhardt all over again in the final round.
Yeah, that was we just threw our hands up and waved the white flag. That was an attitude problem. And you saw every time there was a must-win game for one reason or another, it just they crumbled. You look at the big important games, the Tommy games, they completely collapsed. Like, every time something important came up, they'd fall to pieces.
Yeah.
So
something's got to change going into 2022. Like, Anzac Day was another one. They got off to a good start, but then they went home early, and then Manly ended up scoring 40 on us.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Watch the rest of the press conference, see what he's got to say.
I'd have to have another look. Yeah, those sorts of things go on all the time. They're 50-50 calls. I think every front rower in the game is holding on to someone at some stage, but they decided to look at that one.
Sharks outside backs, they carried the ball really well through your middles.
Yeah, they did.
Do you feel like your middles tapped out there at times?
I wouldn't say tapped out, but it showed that they're
Oh, dear. They did. They were just...
Certainly.
Like, and we come back to that Billy Walters one, which is going to be burned on my brain. Like, the day I die, I'm going to be, like, triggering over this. Be like an old man in a nursing home, like, going around a wheelchair, like, complaining about Billy Walters missing this tackle. And they were going to be like, oh my God, he's off his meds again. But, like... But that's how bad it was. Like, it's that attitude of, I don't want to put my body on the line for this. You know, like, the season's on the line for the club here, and I just can't be bothered.
the attitude thinking it's going to come easy.
Yeah, it's like...
It was literally, that first try. We scored the first try. They thought they'd just roll. They thought the Sharks would roll over and play dead.
Yeah, and the Sharks season's on the line too. They've had an up and down year. They're playing for their year. And they just kept, every time they scored a try, they just grew that little bit bigger and that little bit bigger. And the Tigers were just like, nah, I just can't.
I'm done. We're going home.
Yeah, it's just easier to just let them do it. And it's like, you can't. I don't understand that mentality.
It was the exact same stakes for both teams.
Yeah.
And that was drilled into the preparation. Like in the media, that was everything that the media talked about, the stakes that the two teams were playing for. And why it was being billed as a really intense game in the context of the season.
Oh, exactly. And I don't know, you expected that to be almost like a finals quality game with two desperate teams fighting for their seasons. And it was an ever riddled, defensiveless try fest.
70 points in 80 minutes.
Like that, with like 30 errors or whatever it is. Like that's not a game where people are showing up to win. Like if either of those had played a top 4 team yesterday, they both get beat by like 60 points.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of Penrith fans after watching that were like, holy crap, next week is going to be a fun game. Because they're all like, revenge on the brain from earlier in the year, and the Tigers don't look like they're capable of the same defensive resolve that they had in that earlier game.
Yep. And like that guy who I sent you the screenshot of with his terrible grammar, who was hoping we won so that you guys could end our season.
Man, like I'm all for the rivalry, but at least spell correctly.
Please don't embarrass your fellow fans.
Like, I get autocorrect because like my phone's really bad at it. Like sometimes it'll autocorrect properly spelled words, and I'm like, what the hell? Like my phone hates the letter O. It changes it to the letter I all the time for some reason. I don't know. My phone is a letter racist for some reason. It's weird.
And then you've got the ever frustrating effing into ducking.
Oh, like, no.
That happens more often than anyone would ever want.
You're like, no, this moment requires some language. Like, come on, phone. Let's just do this. Like, oh, but no,
come on, phone. Just let me swear.
Yeah, I know. I'm feeling a bit emotional at the moment. Let's just do this. But no, that one was just somebody who either couldn't be bothered or wasn't capable. That was just horrible. But fun fact is, you're not technically ruled out yet. We actually will be the ones to end your season. Technically speaking, it's really weird. Like I assume it's like the whole mathematical thing at this point. Like it's pretty much done anyway. But I assume if they were to like beat, if you won your next 2 games by like 50 points each or something, you could possibly make it with some other results going your way or something.
I think I explained to you how it would work if we lost to you guys but won the other 2. It comes down to us and the Warriors on for and against.
Yeah, so it's like...
So we'd need the Warriors to lose today. If the Warriors win today, it's over. Like, it's 100% over, because then the Warriors or the Raiders or the Titans, one of them will get enough points.
Yeah, you can't catch them.
We'd need the Raiders to lose both, which includes losing to the Warriors. We'd need the Titans to lose both, which includes losing to the Warriors, which means the Warriors have to lose today and then win the next 2, and then we have to beat them on for and against. And after we got walloped by 30, and we were already like 14 or 20 points or something behind them on for and against, it means we're now 50 behind them. So, yeah. Mathematically, there is 0.0000001% chance that we still could.
No.
But it all goes to shit if the Warriors win today.
Yeah, I don't know too many fans who are hanging on to that stuff at this point.
It's over. It's over. I just, like I said to you at halftime, it's over. We're done.
Yeah. And that's the sad part, is when you can sort of see it coming. It's like you're watching the train about to crash and you're like, I know this is going to happen, but I can't warn them and have them fix it because it's just the driver's asleep at the wheel. He's had too much to drink. And you're like, oh no. It's like, especially next week, next week is done. Like, with a full strength team coming back, I don't see it happening, but they could have at least kept the for and against in check. If they'd won the Sharks game, then the one after us, they could have just some good defensive resolve, could have kept that for and against in check. Like if they defended like when they played us the first time, and then you go into the finals, but guess it's done now.
Yeah, not only that, but the whole thing I was telling you about how they're not, how they, when the wingers went in and they were just allowed to stroll under the posts and plonk the ball down under the posts.
That was horrible. That was as bad as the Walters missed tackle. Like, they just stood there and watched him just walk around. I'm like, someone smashed this guy into touch or something. Like, what are you doing?
Like, Mulatalo literally ran into the in goal, as close to the corner almost as he probably could. And then he still ends up plonking the ball down under the posts.
Like, what? That was ridiculous. Like, that was just the moment you're like, yeah, they don't care. They're not here to win. A couple of guys maybe, but that was, I don't think I've ever seen a team drop their heads so badly so often. Like, even the Bulldogs don't do that. Like, their problem is their roster straight up, but they seem to have that effort and pride. They just can't. There's no way they're capable of executing it because they don't have the roster. It's just simple as that. But the Tigers, they really drop their heads badly and often. I don't understand it.
One minor inconvenience goes against them, whether it's a bad call or a try or something, and they're just out of the game from that moment onwards. And it takes a miracle for them to even get back into it mentally, let alone actually playing.
That's what I mean. Like, everyone has bad calls go against them. It's going to happen. Madge said himself, these things happen. You get 50 calls in games. Sometimes you're on the right side of it. Sometimes you're on the wrong side of it. But you've got to be able to defend those and come back from those. And a lot of the top teams all do it. Like, you look at us, we have dropped balls or penalties or whatever. But then they defend their line. They're the best defensive team in the comp last year and this year. They're like, okay, something's going to go against us, but we're going to make sure we defend. And then when the game slowly comes back around to us, then we'll go and score our points. Because it's an 80-minute game. They know if, like the Souths game, for 30 minutes, Souths were on top. They had massive possession in their favour. They had massive field position in their favour. They scored 2 tries. Penrith were just like, no, we'll just keep defending. We'll just wait for the game to swing. It'll swing. Just be patient and just keep working. Just keep working. Just keep working. Funny enough, all the things Madge says in the doco, the top teams are producing those things and living those ideals. But his own team isn't doing that.
Yeah, like the main sentence that was used from Madge in that promo, the West's Tigers are always in a fucking game. Like, that's what he's trying to drill into this team. But
yeah, you can see
they start off in the game, but you can see them fall out of the game just easy.
It shows that he knows it's a problem. And I guarantee you there's a few players in there that he wants rid of because of that exact thing. Like, you've got to have... Yeah, like, you'd rather have a team of guys who are going to put in 100% for 80 minutes every week than the Rocks and Diamonds guys who just, as soon as something bad happens, they're dropping their heads like they do. Like, you've got there's probably 3 or 4 players I can mention at the moment who deserve to be kept.
If we could have a full team of Adam Dewey's, Dane Laurie's, and Stefano Utuikamanu's, that'd be great.
Yeah, if you
have a whole 17 of those boys, and we're golden.
You'd be fine because they put in for 80 minutes and they do their job. It's like, but then when you got the lazy guys who you can't, they're not you can't cover them in defense because at that level, 1%, difference between teams, it's just too big to cover.
Yeah.
Their back five definitely came through our middle, and we were prepared for that. We expected that they were going to come through, so we needed to be better in that area. Young Brayley got out of dummy half and too many metres. We needed to be better in that department. So they're things that obviously, we as a group need to take a hold of. It's
I guarantee if you go back through the whole year, you'll find that same problem all the time. They're so weak around their marker defense.
Yeah, like clockwork. It happens. It just happens.
Like somebody is people are either getting fatigued or they're not making the effort to cover their zone, their little area, to do that job because the markers are supposed to cover that little gap either side of the ruck. And it's just not happening. So then your A and B defenders beside the ruck are then having to essentially double cover their own area plus in behind the ruck and everything. It's too much. Because you get a hooker with it. Most hookers have decent speed over that first 40 meters. They're just going to go straight through you.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because they're doing that, it's a quick play the ball. You're essentially
I keep forgetting about Sean Bloor. Yeah, I definitely add him to that list as well.
Oh, yeah. Sean Bloor's a keeper.
A 17 of Bloors, Dewey's, Laurie's, and Uto Ikamanus. And 12.
Yeah, but like if you
17 are just those guys.
If you can name like all the keepers out of your 17 on like one hand, where there's your problem, isn't there? Like
maybe Noffer as well. Like he had a great season last year and was very unlucky.
I swear to God, though, if he doesn't learn to start running like the right direction. He's still made it. He runs sideways too much now. It's almost like Tedesco, where they start running sideways. And so, where are you going? Like, there was at least one opportunity yesterday, just nothing thing, where there's like at least half space in front of him. And a guy like Noffa, who's decently quick, strong, he's a tackle breaker. He most likely would have gone straight through it. But
in that in a set, I think it was like the third or fourth tackle or something. He ends up on the he starts on the sideline and he runs the ball sideways all the way to under the posts.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, your winger is in the middle of the field. Like, what are you doing there, David? What are you fucking doing there?
Like it works sometimes if the defense is set and you just want to get the ball to the middle of the field to give your halves options, so you're not pinned on a side of the field. But like he'll quite often have like a broken defensive line and just run across the field to where there's actually probably better defense. Like, you're a tackle breaker. Like
break a fucking tackle.
Yeah, hit that broken defensive line and break some tackles. Get a quick play the ball and let your halves do their job. Like it's like you don't need to win the game on your own. Like you look at Brian Toto. He's one of the best wings of the game this year. His big thing is actually getting, he gets those meters, but the better thing he does is get a quick play the ball because he's that similar tackle breaking style. So he'll break that first tackle and then they'll bring him down. But because they can't get the proper hold on him, he's getting a quick play the ball. So the next run has the advantage of they can piggyback his hard work. And that's what Noffa could bring because he can break that first tackle. He's really good at breaking that first tackle. So he could bring that quick early play the ball to build your set off of. But running in circles works too, I guess. It's fun, maybe. I don't know.
That was what we saw from Tamo in that trial game against Manly. Like those quick play the balls. Like when he got tackled in that trial game against Manly, he made sure that when he went down, he was on his belly or on his knees. So he was able to stand up and immediately play the ball without having to like roll or
they definitely seem to value winning the ruck.
They just don't win the ruck.
They don't now. They like that's what I mean. They like those little contests, those little individual contests. They don't seem to be either wanting to win or capable of winning at the moment, and it's really strange because that's what was so promising. When you look at that trial game and everyone was really happy with it, like these players who later in the year just completely dropped off. look to be individually doing their job really well.
Every game is so important when you're going through the NRL, and there's games that we can look back on as a group and go, well, that one there and that one there. If certain things, or we did certain things in those games, just like what we could have done there today, could have swung our way. But that's the NRL. You've got to be prepared to roll your sleeves up to do that.
I can probably name 2 guys who rolled their sleeves up yesterday.
Yeah, which is a little bit sad.
But like, he talks so much about like everything he says. Pretty much, it's the same theme across everything he says, where it's about the hard work and the attitude. If it's not happening, why not? It's the same question you always come back to: is why is that not translating from coach to players? Who is responsible for that? Is he incapable of getting that message to the players, or are they just not picking it up because they're lazy and don't care?
Ash, when you say Noffa top of offloads, do you mean across the whole comp or just across the team?
It wouldn't actually surprise me if he was.
Here we go. Stats on NRL.com. TPJ 49, Noffa 48.
It genuinely wouldn't surprise me that a Tigers player is the top of offloads. They absolutely love it.
44, Fafita, David Fafita 42, and Lodge 41. Those are the top 5 offloaders in the comp so far.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't really surprise me. Tigers love a good offload.
They love a few too many.
Yeah, well, it's like panic football. Instead of, all right, we've got our structures, we've got our training, we've worked hard for this, we're going to run through that. It's like they panic. They're like, oh, we'll look for the quick, easy solution instead of, you know what, we're going to build over the next 4 or 5 sets and reach a conclusion. And what is that? Okay, we want to win the field position battle, for example, so our halves can play off the back of it. So for the next 4 or 5 sets, we're going to get in an arm wrestle and we're just going to work field position. They don't have that. They're like, oh, nope, better throw an offload because we've got to score on this exact play. If we don't do it, then we give up.
Like I said, just trying to be too expansive, and it was killing them.
Yeah.
Because there were so many times in that game yesterday and in the week and in last week's game against the Cowboys where they'd get 3 offloads or whatever in a play, and then after the 3rd offload, they'd be 10 meters behind where the first offload was, and the player with the ball doesn't know what to do with it and gets tackled behind where the first offload was made. It's like you've got to time your offloads. You've got to make sure you get value from them. Sometimes maybe the smart thing to do is just chuck the ball under your arm and fucking try and make 10 to 15 meters post contact. Get that quick play the ball and get the team on the front foot.
Well, exactly.
Don't need to offload all the time.
That old cliche, you got to earn the right to play football. And we have these cliches for a reason because they're true. I mean, the game's been around for 100 years. People know what works now. If you don't provide that platform, your flashy, expansive crap's not going to work. Like you saw South and us. South, as the game went on, they got more desperate. They were trying their big backline plays and everything, and our defense just ate it all up because they weren't winning the ruck. They weren't winning the middle of the field. Our forward pack dominated them in defense, and to their credit, they did the same to us in defense. It was just that really defensive game both ways. But the simple fact is, those big expansive play styles don't work unless you earn the right to do it first.
Pretty much.
They poked some holes through the middle, and then probably made the most of it on the edges of the line there. Where do you start?
You got to tighten up. You got to be strong through the middle, because that, if it's quick through the middle, everyone tightens up, and you got space out in the edge. It's a pretty simple game, but you've got to be prepared to do, put the hard work in. And I thought, we weren't prepared to do that at times in that first half, and then that came back and got us.
Just pausing it because pausing is fun to pause and copyright. Yay.
Also just switched over to the team stats for the season, and I've gone down to offloads.
Yep.
Tigers and the Eels are tied for first, 286.
Hands
That's
up.
ahead of the
Yeah, hands up anyone who's shocked by that. Oh, look, no hands.
That's ahead of the Broncos on 247, the Warriors on 246, and the Titans on 232. That's the top 5 clubs for total offloads.
Yeah, and then
The
look
Eagles and the Tigers are 39 offloads ahead of the team in third.
I mean, that tells you everything, doesn't it? I mean, the Eagles themselves went through a really bad patch lately with everyone questioning, oh, what's this team? You know, this team is pretty much faded out of the season now, and all the criticism they copped. So, I mean, it kind of gives you an idea. Like, offloads are great and all when they work, but it's a sign that the team's not building properly.
You've got to make them work, and you've got to not force them.
Yeah, like it's like you were saying, where you just tuck the ball under your arm. Something. Yes, that's exactly it. Because if you're spending all your time standing up, waiting for an offload and trying to go for that opportunity, if you're looking for it,
The ref's not going to call held for a while.
Yeah, all you're doing is allowing the defense to set constantly, and then your halves. What are they going to do? They can't play on the back of that. There's not going to be any space anywhere because the defense set and waiting for you.
Cowboys season, I'd rate the Cowboys season maybe a 2 out of 10.
It's
You can't go much higher than a 2 out of 10.
no,
Like they had that really good win against the Tigers at Leichhardt
that
in
was
round 5.
that was their high watermark.
Yeah,
and they never matched it.
That was their first win of the season. They won 5 games out of their next 6 after that, I think. I think they ended up being 6 wins and 6 losses,
Yeah,
winning 1 out of their first 5 and then 5 out of their next 6 or 7 or whatever. And then they'd lost every single game from there. So that Tigers game at Leichhardt was the spark they needed, and they went on with it for a little while.
Yeah, a
But
little
then
wave
they
of
fell
confidence, but they couldn't maintain it. And it shows they were just playing on that confidence. And once that faded off, because it had been a bit since the big Tigers win, they had nothing left.
You see what the first loss of that 10-game losing streak was. Where are we? So yeah, they beat the Tigers, beat the Dogs, beat the Raiders, lost to the Warriors, beat the Broncos, lost to the Roosters, beat the Knights and the Warriors. Here it was, round 14, 50-18 against Manly.
Oh.
That was the first game of the 10-game losing streak.
See, and then they said they went on a bit of a losing streak. See, they came up against one of the better teams, and they didn't have the actual structures and stuff to win, because you're not going to ride a wave of confidence against Manly with Tom Trbojevic. Like, you actually need to be able to play football, and their lack of structures and actual team effort and teamwork just got shown up. Like, it's all well and good to beat up on lower down teams,
like the Eels.
Yeah, like
I find it funny. I know NSL's not here at the moment, but I find it funny that the media reports like, oh, the Eels are back. They beat a bottom 4 team. Like,
and they didn't do it
a bottom 4 team,
and it wasn't even a convincing win either. I watched that game.
16 points.
Yeah, it
16 points.
It did blow out a little bit, but the Cowboys always looked like they were able to threaten them, if that makes sense. You know how you get that sort of sense that the team is actually in the game, and the Cowboys definitely felt like they could put points on when they wanted to. And a team that's wanting to be top 4 versus a team that's supposed to be at the bottom 4, it's not a good indication of where they're at.
I mean, they've got the top 2 in the last 2 rounds. That's going to show where they're at, and they're not that level.
No, they won't keep up with it, I don't think. They're not.
They've got the win. They've got the win against the bottom 4 team because, let's face it, they're flat track bullies.
Yeah.
Mitch Moses is the definition of a flat track bully.
Yeah, they've earned that title through the way they play. Yeah.
I honestly reckon that's going to be the last win Para have this season. They're going to lose to the Storm next week. They're going to lose to Penrith after that. And I reckon there's a very strong chance that they're going to lose to whoever finishes 7th, which is looking likely to be the Knights.
Well, again, they're one of those teams they seem to ride waves of confidence against bad opposition. Like, I think the last game they played that was really amazing was against us last year when they beat us, and it was a really good game, really high quality game, and they beat us at the end of the game. But like, when they go against
us, had that really close loss to you guys.
Yeah.
Earlier this season.
Yeah, and it's like
at Penrith.
And you can see them pretty much slide since then. Like, they're definitely one of those things where the Storm will come out next week and thump the crap out of them and show them who's boss, and their heads will go down.
Who's going to get 8th? I think 8th will be the Raiders, most likely. If not the Raiders, then the Titans.
Yeah, it'll be one of those two. Raiders have good potential to do it if they can sort out if Chance can get his form and match fitness back, because I think he's good enough fullback to improve them like that, especially defensively, because that's the big thing Raiders fans say is he organises their defence, but it really will depend on his match fitness, having a long-term injury and only just getting back last week. But at least I don't have to, like, I don't know, play the Storm or something.
Who do you think will get 8th, Ash?
Yeah, I'm going to tip the Raiders. I think just they're gritty enough to...
Ash says Titans.
I'd be more willing to pick them myself if they had, like, some defensive grit about them. They can put on points easy enough. They're very good at that. But they also are good at getting points put on them.
We've seen the Titans are one of the best hot and cold teams in the comp this year.
Ridiculous.
We've seen some of their performances. Like, they can be hot one week, cold the next. They can also be hot for 3/4 of a game, cold for another quarter.
Well, you look at that. Look at that game against the Broncos with the comeback win. The Broncos beat them. They came back from like 20, 30 points or something.
Yeah, I think it was like 24-0 or something like that, and they ended up winning.
Like, it's that is the perfect game to encapsulate the Titans' identity at the moment. It's like, look how great we are. We are so awesome and we're improving. Oh no, we suck again. It's like all at the same time. It's like they can be both really awesome, really not as awesome. Like, it's, I don't know. They're an enigma.
They're probably the team that deserve to finish 9th, I'd say. 9th 2 seasons in a row. I'd say with how hot and cold they've been, that's probably what they deserve.
Yeah. With maybe the Warriors in 8th, just because of all the sacrifices they've made. Give them 8th. Let them play some finals. Come on. They've had the most disrupted season where they couldn't even go back to, like, New Zealand. Like, come on, guys.
Like, I'm going to talk about AFL just very briefly. The Sydney teams have been out of Sydney and playing on the road in both Queensland and Victoria for the most part since they had their pre-season bye. Those two teams, the Swans and the Giants, have finished the season in 6th and 7th respectively, and are going to play each other in an elimination final next weekend. The Swans, I think, won 7 of the last 8 games, and the Giants, I think, won 5 of their last 6.
Yeah.
So those teams have shown, like, what you can do when you've made sacrifices if you put your mind to it.
Yeah. And credit to the Warriors, they're up around that spot because they have won a few games. Like, you look at the game against you guys, like, they clearly wanted it. you guys still should have won. But they put in the effort to put themselves in the position to take the win if given the opportunity, and you guys gave them the opportunity. So it's like, I don't know. It would be nice to see them make finals, but we'll see how they go.
Yep.
Just because of the scoreline and all those sorts of things, and sure enough, in the second half, they ran away on us.
Having a small squad as part of the COVID situation, does that hurt your preparation heading into matches in terms of that opposed or that opportunity to be challenged by your extended squad? No,
not at all. We've got the squad we got, and that's what we came here to fight with. So we just didn't get the job done.
See, this every time I hear him talk, it annoys the hell out of me, because this is a guy whose whole mantra is about personal responsibility and hard work. Actually, everything he says, it's always the same. I always come away from the same thing. It's like, and this isn't filtering to the players, like every time the journos come out with, oh, here's an excuse you could have. Here, you want an excuse? Here, have this. And he's like, no, get fucked. We need to be better. Like, and the whole press conference has basically been, that's what he's been saying is, we need some personal accountability and effort and take some pride in our performance. And you've got like the coach and like 4 players with that. Like, honestly, it's one of those times where I wouldn't be against them just having a wholesale clean out saying get stuffed. Like, if a coach can get sacked mid-contract for, losses, why can players who, like just absolutely don't perform also not get something?
Yeah, like last year, I really felt for Kearney. He did not deserve to be sacked by the Warriors in the circumstances that he was sacked last year.
Yeah.
Probably one of the worst coach sackings, or worst circumstances for a coach sacking I've ever seen.
It was, really weird.
I think it was after they got smashed by the Rabbits.
Yeah.
But before they got smashed by the Rabbits, I think they had still had some good wins before that one.
Yeah.
And they weren't doing too bad ladder-wise. The other one was, what's his name at the Sharks earlier this year? He got, Morris.
Oh,
he got sacked after the...
Yeah, he was... He for me, he's top of the list for worst sacking I've seen. Like,
he got sacked after they lost to the Roosters when the Roosters had that big comeback.
Yeah,
but they were still in the top 8 at the time. They were like 7th or 8th or something.
Considering the roster he's had, he's done incredibly well. But as soon as they go to clear out the roster and actually get some decent players in, they get rid of him. Like, how unfair is that? I thought that was ridiculous.
Spoke to Dewey, and how's he feeling? He looked a bit discomfort there.
Yeah, I think the doc's looking at him now, but I think he should be okay. Yeah.
It's good for next week.
Yeah.
Try and get a lot of pride back from that one.
Oh, definitely. Look, the competition, is still wide open. Anything can happen, as you know, in the NRL. So, we've got to turn up and prepared, ready to go. And we're playing one of the best teams in the comp, so it's going to give us a good opportunity to have a crack at it.
Well, if nothing else, it'll show whether they're capable of actually giving a shit. Like, no one's going to give them a chance next week. And even worse, after the game against the Sharks, it now looks like they're going to get beat by 60. Like, that's what everyone's going to think going into next week.
Yeah, I'm probably looking, like, early tip for me, I'm going to be looking at tipping the Panthers around 30-ish.
Yeah, so it's a good opportunity for them to take like a no-win situation and turn it into something where they can actually show a little bit of pride and a little bit of effort.
Question is, will they?
Hey?
The question is, will they?
Well, we've been asking that question all year. 1 minute, we're like, oh, yes, they can. And then they won't do it. And you'll be like, oh, okay, maybe it's just whatever. It's not the Tigers, fine. Give up on them. And then they'll turn up and they'll do it again. You'll be like, oh, okay, they're turning it around. They can do it. And that's especially that South game had that effect. I was like, okay, maybe they needed a few games just to get into a groove, and now they're getting there. Cool. It's good to see that the work is paying off now. But then it drops off again. You're like, what the fuck?
Like, how many games this year could you honestly say the Tigers showed effort and commitment in? Probably all of their wins.
Yeah.
Which is, well, how many have they won? 7?
Yes. I think it's 8.
8 wins, and that Rabbits loss. And the second half of the Cowboys loss. We'll give that a half point.
Yeah, and we're in like round 22. Like, that's out of like 20 games.
Yeah.
You've got less than half a season.
Yeah. We've lost 14 games so far. That's like I said, one of them was that Rabbits game. So outside of that Rabbits game, we've lost 13 games. And they just haven't shown what they needed to. Based on what we've seen in Tiger Town, we haven't seen what they should have shown us.
Well, that's the worst part. Is it seems to be completely contradictory to the culture and the mentality and the training philosophies that are going into the club. What's happening on field, and that's the most confusing part about it, and that's the worst part about it. Is it seems there's this completely contradictory thing happening between. It blows my mind. That's why it's so hard to get a hold of what the hell's going on.
I hope Farah gets the blue shirt again next year.
Yeah, he seems to just
like
really
that
want it.
made a difference.
Right.
Like that first game where he wore the blue shirt, we won. That was the Dragons at win in round 8. That was the first game Robbie wore the blue shirt, and we won that game.
Well,
we could see the impact immediately that Robbie had, and then we saw it again in Tiger Town, the Penrith game. Like just what impact he had on the field wearing that blue shirt.
He wants to win, and he knows football. Like, he's been there, he's played the game, so he can actually tell them things on field and be like, "Hey guys, this is where we're at."
And he knows this club and what this club stands for or should stand for.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see how they go with it. Hopefully they do that. That'll be a cool decision.
Preparation, like coming into Rocky, change anything for you guys, or did it sort of stay the sort of same?
No, it's much the same. I mean, the last couple of weeks we've been able to build a bit of momentum. We didn't use that to our advantage today and build a pressure game. In this first half, we just alleviated so much pressure by various things that we did, and then Cronulla capitalised on that. They ended up scoring a couple of tries in the first half where, if we got down the other end off the back of our sets, well, it's a different ballgame, isn't it?
Fantastic. And the crowd here...
Well, it's simple. You don't make all the errors, you win the game. Move up in defense.
Considering we made less errors.
But at least the Sharks, and that's the thing, is the Sharks were at least willing to defend their errors.
Yeah.
Which is the next part of it. You make the errors, you've got to then defend it. And Madge said it himself earlier, and I guarantee the players got ripped into about that at halftime. Errors are going to happen, everyone makes them, but when you're letting the team and the opposition roll downfield like 60 or 70 meters per set, what are you going to do? You're stuffed. It's just how the game works. You've got to have that defensive resolve, which they did against us, where I'm pretty sure, we got plenty of 6 agains, and you guys made some errors and there were penalties, whatever, piled up over the game. I think we actually were on the better side of that. We still lost the game. And it comes back to they were willing to show up and defend those things that went against them.
Yeah.
But because they were riding the emotion of the whole, Panthers-West rivalry, comes back to what we said before, but you can't ride that for your season. That's 2 games a year.
And it was drilled. I think it was also drilled into them. You're playing this game at Leichhardt. Get the crowd into this game.
Yeah, they mentioned it on
eventually they did.
Yeah, they mentioned it on the doco. It's they rode the emotion to win that game and play the way they did. Even if you exclude just everything else and just look at how they played, that was entirely because they were riding a wave of emotion. And then they couldn't keep that structure in place. That you can't win everything on emotion every week because you don't hate every team equally. Ivan's not coaching every team, in the comp, and you're not playing every week at Leichhardt.
Exactly.
Like, sometimes you've got to play an away game against just, you might travel to Brisbane and play the Broncos at Suncorp or whatever it might be. I mean, I know this year's all messed up, but they don't give a shit about Kevin Walters. What are they going to get themselves up for that emotionally? Or imagine walk into the dressing room and be like, oh my God, Kevin came around the other day and kicked my dog. We need to beat this team. Just start lying to them about all the coaches in the NRL. Like, hey guys, you know how all the ice cream went missing from the team room the other day at the club? Yeah, that was.
See you, Justin.
Yeah,
thanks for tuning in. Good luck to your team.
Yeah. All right, see you, mate. Good luck for the Savo. They better win. I've tipped them.
Yeah, I would like them to win as well. Pretty please.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, what's the match supposed to do? Just start lying to the players. You'd be like, yeah, all the ice creams are gone. Players are like, oh my God, where'd all the ice creams go? From the lunchroom. And he'd be like, oh, it was Wayne Bennett. He ate them all. We better go beat Souths now. Fuck.
Friggin' Brad Arthur insulted all your mothers. Go beat the Eels.
Yeah. Get the social media team to whip up some bloody Photoshop tweets from other coaches.
Insulting the players' families. Go out and smash this team.
Yeah, oh my God, we got Tigers win by 50. What's the secret match? Oh, just hard work.
Definitely nothing to do with encouraging the players to go out and kill their opposition because the opposition coach insulted their family.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what it feels like. It's like, I don't know. They couldn't even do it for the Tommy stuff, which was insane. The hate is the one time they played their best football. So there you go, Madge. Give into the dark side, apparently. Blueprint. Yeah, they're all Sith Lords, really. They need hate.
It wasn't as big as we thought it was going to be, but a really great crowd and really good atmosphere. How'd you feel? Yeah,
it's great. Obviously, all the Rocky fans are out there, and they get behind their rugby league up here, as I know. So, really appreciate obviously them getting behind us.
There you go. So that's.
I do like that the game that was supposed to be a regional game for the Tigers still ended up being a regional game.
Yeah, that was cool.
And despite the absolute flogging we copped, we do have the distinction of being the first team to score an NRL try in Rockhampton, so I'm holding on to that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's nice they got the game, though. I think that's their first ever NRL game they've ever had there. So
it is. They have Dragons Cowboys there next Saturday arvo as well, I think.
Oh, nice. So they're going to get to enjoy some football. NFL preseason update. Raiders 10, Rams 10. 8 minutes left. Oh, sounds like a tight game. I did want to watch more of that this year. I think Channel 7 have it on. So when their season proper starts, I might watch a few games. Try to get into it. I was kind of meant to, but...
I know 7 Mate have the Super Bowl, usually.
Yeah. I watched their final series just go on. That was alright. That was pretty good. It's a nice point of difference from the NRL in that, ours obviously everything's really go, 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 and theirs is more they stop and they set up. It's like a game of chess almost between the attack and defense.
Yeah. I haven't really been able to get into the NFL. It just, for one, it doesn't make sense to me. Nothing about it makes sense. I watch a bit more of the cricket typically in the off season, Big Bash mainly, because at least the team I support in the Big Bash can make finals. They have that going for them.
I used to watch a lot of Test cricket and one-day cricket. I was very much a traditionalist with cricket. So I grew up watching Test and one-day cricket and go through that season. And now that there seems to be a lot more emphasis on like the Big Bash and stuff, I kind of drifted out of it. But I grew up, watching Test cricket on like Channel 9 and that.
Well, they're trying to hype up the Ashes this year, so.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't watched cricket probably for 2 years now. Bit of a shame, but what can you do, I guess?
Sometimes you drift in, sometimes you drift out.
Yeah, as sports change and all that sort of stuff.
I'm looking forward to at least having a bit of a watch of the women's Big Bash when it starts a couple of weeks after the NRL Grand Final. So
yeah, like Sportsnet, who by the way does a lot of our visual stuff. He's a bit of a magician with that sort of stuff. Asked if we have the Catbros logo and if you have your Tiger logo in PNG format. Which I wish we had the Tiger as an individual thing, but I just got the artist to do the logo, the Catbros logo on its own, which I have that. So I can provide that one, but we don't have, Aaron hasn't commissioned the Tiger on its own.
No, I haven't.
Which at some point we could probably work out. Because it's cute as. I really like it. I really like it. It's cute. He's cool. So I might have to at some point get onto them and see what they can do. But yeah. Because
I might definitely look at that at some point. So we'll see how we go.
Because I really like it. Actually, it's really awesome.
Yeah, did a very good job of the artist did a very good job of the logo.
Yeah, so I'll actually pull up their Twitter. Just give them a little shout out, and I will also put there. Where are you? There we go. Where is it? Let's see if I can. This is their Twitter here. There, and I'll link them. Put it into the stream setting. Can I put it in the description? I gotta find
Ash, we've got some ideas of what to do on future episodes of this sort of podcast. That's a good idea. Probably more something to look at. Probably closer to next season when most of the signings have been made.
Yeah, that's going to be nuts.
That is definitely something we could do.
As we all know, the NRL stuff changes so often.
I don't know if I should spoil some of the ideas that we've discussed for what to do in future episodes or not.
This pretty much, it's limitless. We'll do anything, so less formal sort of stuff.
Yeah, like this was so informal. I didn't even know we were streaming for the most part.
Yeah, I did.
It was like the first 40 minutes or whatever, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't even notice we had gone live." But here we are.
I did mention that I was going to go live, but yeah,
I thought I'd actually see you go live on screen. I didn't remember seeing anything.
Yeah, so that's probably
change because it continued to look like just Madge's sad face, which is why I didn't realize we had actually gone live.
Yeah, that's why. That's probably what did it. Like, when I said like I would go live and then nothing happened, it's probably like, oh, okay, we'll go live later or something.
Yeah, I thought we were still literally just chatting with no audience.
So yeah, they do need to do a better job of like, hey, this is where it is. So that should be in the description now. I've just updated it with the artist's Twitter. We'll see if that updated.
We'll probably have
to it's in there.
Refresh and see if it did.
Yeah, I did. I just refreshed it all and had a look. So Because yeah, they're really cool. They're really good. Like they're the ones who did my old Panther logo and the Catbros logo that we've got there. Shout out to them. I really like this stuff. Whenever I get stuff in the future, it'll definitely be them that I go to.
Yep, there it is. I can see it now.
Sweet. I don't know where. I'd be cool if Aaron had his own tiger, but is what it is.
Not yet. Maybe later.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually.
This is legit my first foray into the world of YouTube streaming / podcasting, other than my guest appearances on the Westlife pod.
Yeah.
Which are like, for the most part, 15 to 25 minutes. I think I made 3 appearances, and that's probably about the length of them.
Yeah. I do have to listen to them a bit more. They seem to go all right. It's just a matter of time around work and family, and kids get all restless. So,
especially now with the extra hosts, they're a lot longer than they used to be. And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot to talk about in the episode this week.
Yeah, that's probably, there's going to be some emotions running around that one.
Like, you've seen the discussion, or you may have seen the discussion amongst the 3 hosts on Twitter, Rob and Shane in particular, and they seem to be
the only one I see is
disagreeing a little bit already. I
see when the official Westlife pod tweets.
Josh through his,
like, I followed the main account of it, but I don't see really much from like any of the hosts' personal accounts and stuff like that.
Yeah, Josh, Rob, and Shane.
So yeah, the only one I follow is the main account that actually has the name of the Westlife podcast.
For the other 3 accounts, you probably see their stuff when I comment on it.
Yeah, if you interact, I'll get like a notification or something, like, because I follow your tweets and that. But they don't seem to be very often. I assume you don't use Twitter too much.
I'm not much of a social media user. I use to watch. I don't use to interact. But I'm trying to be a little bit more involved with that, like, podcast community, because it's a good group, and I'm enjoying like being a bit more interactive with them.
Yeah, and it's good to, like, I do it, like, specifically this stuff as a way to sort of combat my anxiety and that, because it's like, you know, you face your fear sort of stuff, so put yourself in the public eye, combat your fear of being in the public, I guess.
Yeah, Ash, I don't see Dugan getting a contract next year. He's just not worth it. But the thing that I'm questioning about this particular breach of protocol from him is he's not actually in the team bubble. Yeah, he's done the wrong thing by state laws, but he's not in the bubble. Like, he's been left behind by the team in New South Wales. And the NRL are talking about punishing him. I'm like, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's not with the team. I don't even know if he's training or anything at all. He's literally not with the team.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's done the wrong thing by police, but
I think that's the part of it. I think it's more that whole, the image of the game type thing.
Yeah, you have a point.
Like, they're trying to protect their brand, I guess. So it's like, that's where it comes from, rather than he's probably, it's not so much he's causing harm particularly to them physically, or he's actually putting them at risk, but it is putting them at harm in terms of their image with the public. Like, you know, you go, when you get headlines, NRL player, breaking the COVID protocols and putting the community itself at risk and stuff, because the NRL naturally gets tied to it by association. That makes them look bad.
Yeah, you have a point. But
which is this the exact thing with the whole no fault stand down when you've got Jack DeBellin and Hayne and Tyron May, and whenever these guys do this stuff, that's why the no fault. Yeah, that's why they have the no fault stand down. And when I think it was Jack DeBellin tried to fight it in court and it got shot down because at the end of the day, they have a right to protect their brand how they see fit if they can prove that it is detrimental to the brand, which the NRL could do because of the nature of the business being such a public thing, reliant on public image so much that, you know, so
everything the players do is in the public eye. And
yes,
like we saw that with James Roberts standing on his balcony, breaching protocol just by standing on a balcony.
Yeah, like it's
and how there were people waiting there to catch him and other players doing that exact thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's such a soft punishment. That was so bad. That was so dumb. But at the same time, the NRL is stuck in a no-win situation because when, you know, you've got somebody there, say if the NRL go, no, he just stepped on his balcony, but then you'll have members of the public, maybe non-sport following people who are like, yeah, but I just lost my business is struggling because I'm under restrictions and this guy couldn't even restrain himself enough to not walk on a veranda. Why should you get special exemptions to keep your comp running when I can't keep my business running? So then the general public get a negative view of the NRL and it builds from there. It goes beyond maybe the individual action at the time or whatever's happening where the NRL will be really, really harmfully impacted even by little things.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a matter of some people feeling like they went a bit too far with it, I guess, but I can definitely see both sides of the argument. Like,
yeah, no, I thought it was the most softest thing in the world. It's a guy with mental health issues, basically just going on a veranda where he's not going to impact anything. Because unlike
fresh air,
unlike the earlier ones where they're handing stuff over balconies, I'm pretty sure where he was, he was too far away from anyone anyway.
You also compare that to what some of the other players did, like Coruscant, Arrow.
Oh, yeah.
Like those situations, like much worse, but the same / similar punishments.
Yeah. Very big difference. Like, but yeah, like so I think it's more the NRL's just stuck in a no-win situation where I guarantee if they had their way, they'd probably be like, yeah, let's not worry too much about this. But I don't think they get given a choice.
No, they had to keep the Queensland government happy.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. Because like, if the state governments decide no, you can't play, that's it. The comp's shut down. It's gone. They're completely and entirely at the mercy of the government, and a lot of people, you know, the majority of the country don't support the NRL. They don't watch it. Like in a country of 20 million people, you're not having, not even, you know, you're not going to have all them people following the sport.
Predominantly 2 states.
Yeah. So
and a little bit from Vic.
Exactly. So when the majority of people are looking at that going, well, why should you get a special exemption to keep running? Like, the government will go with the general public if there's a loud enough pushback. Because the fact of the matter is they want the votes when election time comes up. So they want to be seen as the good guys. So if the majority of people make loud enough noise, the NRL will be kind of screwed. So, which it's complicated, it sucks and it's annoying, but you know, what can you really do?
Jeez, Ash, you're in the know with all these signings, aren't you?
He's up with it. he's keen.
Dogs want Asiata and have signed Josh Cook. I've never heard of it. Who's Josh Cook? Signed Adam
Fun
Clune.
fact: I'm pretty sure he plays hooker for South.
So, there you go.
Because I remember it because you imagine the headline: Knight sign South hooker or South dummy half Cook.
2 hookers with the same surname.
Do you imagine?
Are they related?
I don't think so. But I can't remember. But you imagine those headlines. South fans are freaking out, and Knights fans are like, "Woo! We just got to New South Wales." Like, if you don't actually pay attention to the article, you just read the headline. Like,
sorry guys, wrong cook.
you can't ask for any better clickbait than that. If I was writing the headline, I would fucking milk that for all it's worth.
Yeah, Clarkey would have a field day with that headline, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would. South in shambles as Knights steel cook. Something like that would be what he'd do.
I mean, I was a fan of Clarkey at first when he first started as a journo. I thought he was doing something really cool and really good.
I used to follow him.
Yeah, but he's just let it go to his head. That post I showed you yesterday, Arvo, just pissed me right off.
Yeah.
Like, the fans of this club have literally just seen their team crash out of finals contention for the 10th straight season, and you're going to turn that anger and frustration and sadness that they're feeling into a meme.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I'm just going through trying to find that other one you showed me where Madge was adamant. Oh, that infuriated me so much because it was literally like the opposite of what happened.
Madge did not say anything about it. Like, we are going to. He said, we can.
Yeah, he said if results go their way and they build from the wins they had, then they have a shot at playing finals because, anything can happen in the NRL. It comes out Madge adamant that they'll play finals. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's literally the exact opposite of what he, like, at least tonally, that it's very different.
And then it was Eisenhuth's comments in the preseason as well. The way he worded those really drew the ire of Tigers fans. You mentioned it before, what Eisenhuth said about the training standards and stuff.
Yeah, because the big
like
part
he literally worded that in a way that was gonna piss off the Tigers fans.
Yeah, he trimmed it in just the right way to make it sound as inflammatory as he could. When really all Eisenhuth was really pointing out was, I mean, these guys, he just went from a club that hadn't played finals to a club that was burning from losing a grand final. So, of course, there's a certain level of regret, a certain fire in the belly, a certain, like, just, that's...
Yeah, he could see what they were striving towards.
Yeah, and
considering they had just lost the big one.
Yeah, like... That would fucking hurt, and that the players went back and watched it as a team, and Nathan, as I said to you in the message the other day, Nathan went back and watched it, and he's a big studier of the game, and these guys were burning from it, and they're using that to fuel their improvement. So yes, any player who comes in is going to be walking into a shitstorm of fucking come along with us, we're trying to win this thing, like.
Yeah, like take no prisoners. We are going hard to
they just
revenge this season.
Yeah, they just got beat by like one of the best teams of the decade in the biggest game of the year. Like it's a case of we will fucking do what we can to destroy this shit, and if you want to come with us, fine, but you better fucking work hard.
Like that first game that you guys had with them in the rematch at Penrith, where you beat them with that amazing kick-out try saver. That was not necessarily the redemption, but your team realizing we can do this, keep this up for the season, and we've got this.
Yeah.
Like, as simple as that. And that win against the Storm, I reckon, has been what's driven your season.
Yeah, exactly.
And clearly that experience that you lost when those guys went off to play Origin was noticeable. And now that those guys are coming back and you're back on track again, the belief is definitely going to be there heading into this final series. You've got a nice little warm-up coming up with the Eels in the last round before you play the Rabbits in the first week of the finals again and go from there.
Yeah. But that wouldn't be clickbaity otherwise.
No, he's got to make it as clickbaity as he possibly can. Got to piss off every Tigers fan in existence because for some reason he doesn't like the Tigers.
I think it's because you've got a big fan base, so you're easy to sort of to get at.
That's the thing with the Tigers. We have one of the biggest fan bases out of all the Sydney clubs.
Yeah. So that's
like
what
membership
I mean.
numbers, I think if you can find like the membership numbers for every team, the Tigers are actually fairly high up there.
Yeah. I know they are out there, but I can't remember exactly.
Like
I'll
obviously you've
find
got the bigger clubs like the Broncos and the Rabbits. And I think the Eels are up there as well with their membership numbers. But I'm pretty sure the Tigers are around like 7th to 10th on that membership ladder.
Yeah, so
I
here's it here.
know Zero Tackle on Twitter posted updates every now and then.
Yeah. I've just put it on the screen. I don't know how visible it is.
Hang on.
Just put it up in the middle of the screen randomly. Probably not super clear. So the way it's sort of done, but banging around.
Talking about the membership numbers or Clarkie's post?
Clarkie's post. I just put it up there.
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
That's all right. So yeah, it says Tigers coach says he's still adamant his side will play finals football in 2021. That's literally not what he said. Like, and it's like, I mean, technically speaking, I guess you could get away with that's technically true in a sense, but like, he completely changes the whole tone and everything of what was said. Like, it's just
takes his words and
because that makes it makes it sound like a coach who's in denial essentially, who's like, it's, whereas Madge was more hopeful that they could get a few results go their way and maybe ride a bit of a wave of that confidence after their wins.
Club just doesn't seem to be able to go 3 wins in a row. It's just not happening. They are literally adverse to it. Just they refuse to win 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
They can do 2 all right sometimes, but even then they find that hard to do.
Yeah. Yeah, then there was the other one that you showed, obviously, where he was pissed off. It looked like he was cranky because he told everyone to basically bet on the Dogs.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck was it? Like, come on, guys. It's the wooden spooners who you would have
his quote unquote bet of the week.
Oh my
with his
God.
with his free $100 bet was throw $100 on the Bulldogs to upset the Tigers. Shove that up your ass, loser.
Like, fucking, like, I get, one team has to win, one team has to lose, but that is not, like, what did the ads say? Gamble responsibly? That is not responsible gambling. If you're ever betting on the Dogs this year.
Tipping the wooden spooner any season is never responsible.
Like
they're going to pull off an upset every now and then.
Yeah, and
but
then
putting them as your smart bet is never a good idea.
Yeah, like I think
Never, under no circumstances.
I think they were at like $30 to beat us. When
Close
we played
enough, I reckon.
when they were in round, I think it was around like 3 or something, round 3 or 4 when we played them, we were at like $1.01 or something.
No,
Like,
that was the second time you played them when you had them at Penrith.
yeah,
They were, you guys were like literally $1.01 to them being $15.
it was crazy. It was nuts. That's what I mean. Like, if you were serious about like trying to get into that part of it, like that is like gambling and betting and all that sort of stuff happens. If he was really serious about being into that, you've got to put more thought into it than, hey, take the Dogs. Like, they had no chance. They weren't going to win that. Like, they're going to, this year particularly, they're going to lose like 90% of the games. Like you said, they'll have a few upsets here and there. But that's you're just essentially just advertising for people to waste their money.
It was just like, wow. That's why as soon as I saw it, I sent it to you. I'm like, yep. So this is his bet of the week this week. And then the week after, so here's his bet of the week, Cowboys 1-12.
Like, you take something that maybe has some reasonable odds, but it's a bit surer. Like I'd probably pick 1 or 2 Broncos games this year. Maybe if you wanted something that wasn't like a super like if you weren't picking the favorite like $1.20 or something, you're like, well, who wants to bet on that? If you want to take a little bit of a risk, there's a couple of Broncos these games this year you could have picked, for example.
Yeah, you
like today's Broncos game. Where are we? Like, they're paying $2 over the Warriors.
And at one point, the Warriors were $1.85 to the Broncos, $1.95. So
yeah,
as close to 50-50 odds as you can get.
Like, you could take either of those as your bet of the week and go, right, yeah, it's a 50-50 game. Both are paying a reasonable odds, like, not too bad. Like, especially the Broncos at $2, like, that's a pretty reasonable risk. They've got a decent chance of winning that game. And $2 isn't too bad a price. But we'll
tipping the wooden spooner, like, not a smart idea. How many games did the Broncos win when they won the spoon last year? Was it 3?
I think it was 3.
Because they won the first 2 games before the shutdown, and then I'm pretty sure they only won 1 after it.
Yeah, they won both games before the shutdown. The Cowboys and Eels, and so Cowboys and Rabbitohs. The next game,
they came back from the restart.
Yeah, played the Eels and got just 34-6. Roosters 59-0. Manly, they only lost by 2, so that's not so bad. And loss. Beat the Bulldogs. That should say they beat the Bulldogs in round 9 last year. That was their other win.
Yeah. I knew they won 1 against the Dogs. And because Tigers fans were very nervous going into that game, realizing, hang on, the Broncos have won a game now. Are they going to have the motivation now that they've got that win?
And then you beat them 48-0.
Their season back on track. Like, I was like, yeah, this is a massive danger game. Like, they've got to win now. They could easily get a second in a row.
Yeah.
But that was a fun night.
Yeah, then you went and beat them 48-0, and we were actually asking the same questions around you, because up till that point, round 10, that was the turning point of your season. You played well against us. I'll go and pull your draw up with the Tigers.
Round 8, I think it was.
Because you had an on and off season up until you played us in round 8. I think you'd won, like, you were wins and losses sort of thing. You played
2 wins in a row against the Cowboys and the Dogs.
You played us, and you played probably one of the best games you've played in 2 years. 19-12. Really lost it at the end.
Yeah, when it was 12-all, when
Yeah.
Leilua was sent to the sin bin.
Like, bloke just couldn't keep his head. 18-10 versus South. Respectable enough scoreline against the top 4 team. And then 48-0 where you played really damn well against the Broncos. It was good too. So it looked like your form line was sort of picking up. And then from there, it just went to absolute garbage.
That Warriors game at the SCG, that was one that was the Indigenous round where we were slated to win, and it was just another one of those ones where we just didn't show up. And I think that was probably more so the turning point.
Yeah.
Because then we went to Newcastle the next week and got absolutely reamed.
26-20 and it's the Warriors, and then it was 44-4 against the Knights.
And that was the week that the Lebanon explosion happened. And Dewey was affected by it. That was the week Walters did his ACL. So yeah, that Knights game in Newey, where it went completely to crap, and then there was just no recovering it. We had a 1-point win over the Dogs.
Yeah,
that
if you look,
incredible comeback against Manly.
Yeah,
but
that was amazing. But you look, after that Broncos game, 26-16 against the Eels, lost that, lost to the Warriors, lost to the Knights, beat the Dogs, which doesn't really count. It's the Dogs, and even that was only a 1-point win. Scraped through, lost to the Roosters, lost to us, come back win against Manly, which was amazing. I watched that like 3 times.
It was nuts.
That was crazy.
That last 20 minutes of that game was frippin' mental.
Like, it was ridiculous. I just can't even. That was crazy.
I had no voice after that game. Like, I was sitting on my bed cheering that one so bloody hard, especially as when Noffa scored his 3rd try of the game. It wasn't the last try of the game, but like Noffa scored that 3rd try. I was like, oh, hold on, we could get this here. And then Dewey scored that last one, and I just lost my shit. I'm like, holy crap.
That would have been insane.
It reminded me of the comeback win we had against Manly at Leichhardt in 2017, which was one of my first games at Leichhardt.
Yeah.
We were behind, I think, 22-6 at halftime. Ended up scoring the final game-winning try, winning, I think it was 32-28 or 30-28 in the last minute.
Yeah.
Which nearly got taken off of us because of a Cherry Evans attempted dive. But you could hear it, like the Channel 9 commentators, Rabs or whoever it was, the way the crowd was cheering, it was like, you'd think they'd won the grand final. Like, Leichhardt just went fucking bonkers.
Yeah.
And that was a night where I had to drive home all the way to Orange, like not just to Dad's place. I had to drive all the way to Orange after that game.
Oh.
Got back home at like 10:30 at night on pure adrenaline because of that finish.
That would have been
like
good.
I was tired as hell, but I was blasting Eye of the Tiger most of the way. I got back home. I had no voice. Like,
oh, that's nuts.
Bloody half the suburbs through the Blue Mountains. that was like, I was just blasting Eye of the Tiger. I got home tired as hell on pure adrenaline. It was mental that night.
Oh.
One of my favorite memories of going to a game so far.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that was 2017 so I got my membership in 2016, but in 2016 and 17, I only had the ANZ Stadium.
Yeah.
18 and 19, I added the Leichhardt one for 18, and I kept that for 19, and then 2020. Actually, no. Oh, how many? Oh, I don't remember what year I got the full season. But I know I was only at ANZ at first, and then I eventually added Leichhardt, and then eventually went to full season after that.
Yeah.
And next year will be my 7th year. I see a lot of Tigers fans on Twitter, though, saying they don't want to renew their membership next year.
They will.
So we'll see how that all plays out. But
I think it's just getting emotional, and it's understandable. It's not negative. Everyone cares a lot and everything, but I think they'll be back.
I wasn't a Leichhardt member for that game. I wasn't on the hill. I was in the seats in front of the hill, pretty close to where Malachi Watene-Zelezniak went through to score the final try of that game. And yeah, the crowd went bananas.
I bet they did.
Like, if you go find, like, after we're done streaming or whatever, if you go find that stream, or if you find that highlight video, you hear Rabs or whoever it was when we scored that final try. Because the way the second half went, we scored the first two, but after we scored the second one, Tedesco put down the next kickoff, and the Eagles scored another one to get back to a 2-try lead.
Yeah.
And then, we had to get back in the grind, and then we got back on top, scoring, I think, both of the last 2 tries in the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been some crazy games. Oh, I might head off in a minute. Spend some time with the kids. I'll be back to work tomorrow, so that's going to be fun.
Yeah. Good luck.
I might actually watch that Broncos game. I'm keen to see how that goes.
Probably going to play some PS4, maybe keep an eye on the score throughout.
Yeah.
The Dragons have taken the lead. It was 14-6 at halftime, and the Dragons now lead 16-14 with 27 minutes to go.
Typical. They have some good young players, though. Like against us,
they
young
do.
bloke come on and scored like 2 tries or something. So they just got to back those guys, get rid of the Corey Normans and that out of the roster, and they'll be right.
Yeah, get rid of their dead weight. Which it's kind of funny, like, considering how you and I in particular, we were both firm believers that the Dragons would be this year's wooden spooners, especially after McInnes had his season ended before it started.
But Griffin, his one positive is that he'll get players invested and get them fit. Then it's just a matter of they'll have to work it out from there, but because he's not a tactician, but so he tends to beat worse off teams. So
yeah, like, we all saw them get murdered by the Rabbits in the Charity Shield, and we're like, yeah, this is what their season's going to look like.
Yeah,
they then lost in round 1 to the Sharks, and then went on a bit of a winning roll.
Yeah, they seem to be building up to a bad season, like a horrendous season. We'll see. But yeah, what can you do? The Dogs I thought the Dogs would be better off than they were. A lot better off. Especially after, Barrett getting all that credit for our attack. Turns out he was just padding his resume or something. I don't know. It was crazy. They didn't carry over the same attitude that they had in the Dean Pay era. Alright, I think we'll end it there and head off. We go grab some food and maybe watch that Broncos game. It's on in half an hour. See the kids and stuff. Driving the missus, bit nuts in there probably.
Do dad things.
Yeah. Oh, but I was supposed to mow the lawn this weekend too, so good luck with that. Oh, damn.
The weekend's not over yet. You've still got a bit of time.
Yeah. Do it the Savo. But no, well, it's been kind of fun, and we'll keep an eye out for like media and stuff during the week and see what's out there, stuff we can respond to.
Yeah. Then next weekend we'll preview Penrith smashing the Tigers.
That's gonna hurt. Oh my god, Penrith fans are gonna love it. Like,
my soul is already broken. It's going to be shattered even further next week.
Yeah, if you're not a big drinker, you might need to start.
I don't drink at all.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be, yeah, that's gonna be nuts. Like, maybe play a fighting game or something. If you've got knickers, you might need the violence. Play some Mortal Kombat or something.
If I see the new layout, what do you mean the new layout?
It's on. I've got it there on Discord. I'll shove it up for you in a minute. Once we get off stream, I'll show you and everything.
Yeah, no worries.
So, but yeah, anyway, we'll head off there, and as I said, I'll message you on the Discord and show you that layout and stuff, and we'll go from there. But yeah, go Broncos to Sava. Let's see if they can get a win, because I need my tips, damn it. I've only had one. Everyone's talking about having perfect rounds this year, and I've had one perfect round because
I've had 5.
Yeah, I tipped too many hard overhead decisions. Like, I've tipped the Tigers a few times this year when I shouldn't, and that let me down a bit.
Before this year, the last time I had a perfect round in tipping, I think was 2018. I think, 2018 was the last time before this year I had a perfect round in tipping. And so, like, 2019, none. 2020, none.
Yeah.
2021, here I am with 5. And the first one was in Magic Round. So it's like, I got off to a dodgy start, but I've clawed my way back.
Yeah. I definitely went too silly with it a bit. I should have used more common sense with it, but here we are. I got too creative.
It's also funny that all 5 of my perfect rounds have involved Tigers wins. Every round that I've tipped a perfect round, the Tigers have won for me.
There you go. Just
and if
pick
the
more
Roosters
perfect
win,
rounds and you
and
make
then
finals.
and then if the Roosters win today and the Warriors or the Broncos win today, then the Tigers once again cost me a perfect round, which they also do quite a lot.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at this week.
The one of those that hurt me the most, though, was the Easter round in 2019 with the Bankwest Stadium opening. That Tigers game, Eels-Tigers, was the last game of the round on the Monday.
Yeah.
I was 7 from 7. I tipped the Tigers, and then they got smashed 51-6.
Ouch. Yeah, because at the moment I've got everything. It's just that Tigers game is the one blip on my week this week.
Yeah.
So if the Broncos win, I've got all but one. And that's the story of my year this year. Is like, stop picking the Tigers.
Yeah, well, at least you don't have to worry about picking the Tigers next week.
Well, no,
Then again, neither do I.
Like, I'm glad we're having a good year, but I can't tip against my own team regardless, even if we were crap. Like,
yeah,
it's just one of those things. Heart wins out too much. That's why I don't bet money. I don't gamble. Don't listen to me, because you'll lose too much money if you do. That's why I could never do something like Clarky's doing, like, bet of the week, bet on the wooden spooners. Go, guys. Like,
yeah, come on, wooden spooners, get your crap together, beat the Tigers.
Like,
come on, you're my bet of the week. Do it,
like,
or else.
See, that just screams to me like I'm doing this because it makes me money, not because I have a talent for picking the NRL, and I'm actually making a go of this to make it work as a thing. Like, if you were genuinely tipping is a big thing in the world, $1 billion industry. If you really had a talent for picking the NRL and wanted to help people out with their tips, sure, but that just screams to me that he's just looking to get those sponsorship dollars. Yeah, they're paying him for advertising essentially. Oh, all right. Well, anyway, I hope everyone enjoyed it, and I thought it was really cool. Definitely a better format than
bringing me in. It was a fun idea, I reckon.
Yeah, better than just talking to yourself, being able to bounce off each other and stuff. And it was kind of heartbreaking watching Madge. He looked like he was legitimately about to cry, so that was kind of sad.
Or that he had already been crying and looking at his eyes.
Like, I genuinely felt for him. That was pretty sad.